Boom. The Empire Unmasked Reduxed. Whew, what a project. And for those of you who've been following me for a long time, you'll know this started way back when, almost 24 years ago, as an article, which evolved. The article got bigger and bigger. It was called Iraq 9/11 PNAC, All Roads Lead to Israel. And that got morphed into a film once YouTube became available. And it used to be in little 10-minute chunks because you couldn't go over 10 minutes. It was called War by Deception. And we squished it all together. It was called War is Always by Deception. And then finally, it became this monster called the Empire Unmasked, because it got into Syria and all the things that were happening after 9/11. And that has now been squished and edited down to slightly under 4 hours. It's 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds about. And it took about 3 years to finance. The reason that didn't happen earlier is I was banned on all social media, and I was banned on all payment platforms, and I was banned on any kind of crowdsourcing. So it was impossible to do. And really, we just had to one. Like, I can't use GoFundMe or anything. So we used Give, Send, Go, which was made famous by Kyle Rittenhouse. So props to him. And a lot of it was X and Substack. So a lot of you donated and you made this possible. And we had Varg doing 99% or so of the visuals. At the tail end, we had Pope and his crew from Andrew Tate's The Real World. What they contributed was short, but it was stellar. I wish we had them from the beginning. And we could have them in the future. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any way to finance anymore because X has been nerfed and I'm not allowed on anything else. So this is the final. This is the final version of this film on this topic. And sadly, it's probably the final film, period. Although I wanted to do something on the Kennedys and something on Epstein. Without social media, there's just no way to fundraise. However, we're going to have a Hail Mary pass. And I'll let you know about this. Rather than just donating, there's a map you can see in the background there. It is 3 feet by 2 feet. It's huge, on September 11th. That's in the store right there, antineocon.com. You can get the map as a way of donating, or you can get the map to scare your neighbors or whatever. What was funny is I had a lot of those pictures on my phone when I got stopped in China. It was like, what is this? Why does your phone have Osama bin Laden and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and all that? I was like, I was making a movie. I really was. And all that was on my phone. Really fun day. I can tell you that. But so this is it, man. This is the 3 hour and 59-minute film on 9/11. No kook stuff here. This is all you need. You can share this with your parents or children. And it's all on Substack without this speech in the beginning. RyanDawson.org. You can just start it and watch it. It's the pinned post. And you can watch the whole thing there, and links and stuff are on there. Varg worked on it diligently. When you were working on this film, and you had already seen the original Empire Mask, which was, I know, not visually the best. For the time period, it is what it is. Nowadays, with AI and all that, people expect a lot more. And I know you got the script first because you had to add the visuals. What was your process in thinking, like, where before this came out? What were your feelings on this?
I remember I got the call from you where you gave me the news, like, you're going to have to do it. And I was like, how am I going to pull this out of my rear? And I just started thinking about, like, okay, this is a movie about documents. Because in a Ryan Dawson movie, you may not believe it, but the documents is the main character. That's like who the focus is on, and the documents tell the tale. It's like very
it's not like actors and actresses. It's mostly documents.
No.
I will say, anonymous person who helped on NUMEC did gather a good chunk of documents for us to use. That did help get it. Wasn't starting from zero, but it was almost. And I did have the script from the old film that I could rearrange, so I didn't have to sit there with a blank piece of paper or anything. But it's almost a completely new movie.
Yes, and I will say he also gave me DaVinci Studio, which is like the pro version of DaVinci, which has been very helpful for me. But I remember as I mapped it out in my mind and I figured out ways to solve it, which, let's be honest, I didn't really we had to do the first hour over again, basically, at the end. So I wasn't really comfortable with my skills and making it happen.
We improved so much by the end that we said, well, we got to redo the first hour because it didn't look very good.
Yes. But I remember halfway through the movie, and I'd spent countless hours just listening to it, editing it, seeing the same documents. And I kept thinking oh yeah, this is the final nail in the coffin. This proves it for real. And the nails just keep coming throughout the film. Every nook and cranny has been investigated, and it leads back to 3 intelligence agencies. We're not going to mention who they are, but you all know who. And yes, so it's a monumental movie, and we managed to tie it all together, and I'm very happy with the result. And
I don't think people were ready for it 24 years ago. They psychologically could not digest that governments behave this way. And I think post-Syria, seeing how they more openly finance ISIS and now meeting with Giuliani in the White House, that the mask really is gone. It really has been unmasked. This isn't just me telling you shocking but true information. I think the public is ready to understand the nature of not only false flags, but outsourced terrorism, how terrorist groups are not fully independent from intelligence agencies. It's not a shocking thing at all to know that the CIA engages in terrorism and covertly sponsors terrorists around the world. It shouldn't be. And so from Iran, Contra to Syria and everything in between, it's always been that way. And I think the public's ready for this time.
Yes, and there are things that only gets a passing mention in the movie, their role in Chechnya or Bosnia. That all of that could have been its own movie, and especially in Chechnya, because that's the origin story of Kadyrov, who's kind of famous now for being a interesting person of in power. He's tied to all these UFC fighters, and he is the one that sided with Russia to go whatever. It doesn't he went against Al Qaeda in Chechnya, but we didn't make the movie about that. We made the movie about 9/11 and how it ties back to certain intel agencies and who was there on the day and what they saw and what other people reported that they saw. And
who and how they covered it up, and how, and most egregiously, how it was erroneously attached to Iraq and acted as a pretext to invade that nation over nothing.
Yes, and you have many of the claims in the movie's thesis has been proven correct by posterity. Enough time has passed, as you mentioned with Syria, that you can see segments of radical Sunni Islam is a tool of U.S. and others' foreign policy. It's a geopolitical tool to send these people to madrasas, indoctrinate them in radical theology, and then use them for attacks that are beneficial to larger geopolitical goals.
Mm-hmm. They're farming cannon fodder, and you saw that with the Contras in Nicaragua to a degree. But especially now, more openly, and Libya is another good case for that. And that could have been a film just on what happened with Gaddafi and all of that. But it's very tempting not, to take all these segues, but more or less you have to continue to stick to it. Even with Iraq, we only included things that were direct bridge to September 11th, like saying Iraq had anthrax when they didn't, and also saying that anthrax came from Al Qaeda. That is a direct bridge. But there are plenty of other lies about WMDs. And Iraq could be its own movie, but I feel like it's not necessary because the public knows there were no
Yeah.
WMDs. The problem is a lot of them think the motive then was because more oil, and it wasn't. It was because Saddam was a threat to Israel, and they wrote that out. They literally wrote that out in policy papers, why he had to be removed, and Syria and Libya down the script. But it's funny because people always say, remember Wesley Clark and these 7 countries? And well, yeah, who wrote these? And that's all in there. The whole thing's in there. And, the beginning said of the film was talking about an upcoming war with Iran, and they sort of already did that before the film was finished. Or Israel did attack Iran in June of 2025.
They did an Ozempic war. It was like a skinny war, like a slight war.
They could have, it's only because of ballistic missiles hitting Tel Aviv and Haifa that they called timeout on that one. And they continued to slaughter Gaza Strip. They're killing kids there today. And they've broken the ceasefire with Lebanon on the anniversary of making the ceasefire with Lebanon. Was the first time they hit Beirut proper. I mean, it's just disgusting. And it will continue. And they do want a round 2 with Iran. I don't want that to happen. And if this film can do anything, it's to illuminate the way these organizations work and show the Israeli-centric foreign policy of the United States, the grip that AIPAC and the other lobbies have on Congress, not only through bribery, but blackmail, and that they want a war with Iran. They're driving the U.S. off a cliff. It's creating a refugee crisis. It's adding to $35 trillion debt. It's immoral in and of itself to go and invade and slaughter people and destroy homes. And it's for nothing. It is for Zog.
Yeah.
And now people are really, really woken up to Israel where they were not there prior to October 7th. I believe you told me this one time. There were so few people really talking about Israel and Palestine. You could count them. You could name them.
Yes. Yeah. It was a lonely
all in one auditorium in DC. With Grant Smith.
Yeah. It was very lonely. Like there weren't a lot of people. But the thing that's important about this movie, and especially if you're older, nothing shaped your life more than 9/11 and the consequences in policy that resulted from it. Like, this has been our entire paradigm, the entire new millennium, I guess, was shaped by September 11th and the justifications for war that it brought on. So, like, you have to interrogate it. You have to look at it, because you can't let them do something like this again. Hopefully, I think they're running out of possibility to do that, because if a tree falls in the woods, they did it, right?
Yeah, well, it's gotten to the point where if there's a mass shooting anywhere, here come the conspiracies. And even though, it's not always a conspiracy, that is a more healthier default than just trust us, we're the government. Yeah. And it's going to be very hard for them to ever pull something off to scale like this again, because they botched this operation so badly.
Well, but they can't manufacture consensus anymore. Like, they've completely lost that ability to have like a media campaign that gets the entire population on board with a certain idea and a certain war.
What's disgusting is they can do it without consent. They can just say, they can just bomb Yemen. They can just do it, and they did it.
Well, yeah,
they can just bomb a reactor in Iran. They just did it. They might go to war with Venezuela soon. They noticed it doesn't matter what the public thinks. It only matters what wealthy people think.
Yeah, you kind of see this with Venezuela in the fact that there has been no stellar media campaign to make Americans hate Venezuelans, but they still just bomb fishing ships.
A little bit. They're saying it's narco something.
Well, but they didn't do like a months-long campaign of like, oh, look at this narco boat coming from Venezuela. We have to stop all this fentanyl from Venezuela. They just started bombing ships and then said, yeah, it's narco. They're running out of the ability to get a consensus, and so we're entering kind of apathetic tyranny where they don't really care what the population thinks because they tried to convince them and they can't.
But that will not work in the long run. And it's the same with the propaganda. It's because they lied about 40 beheaded babies and all the rhetoric and didn't mention the Hannibal Directive. And they lied so much about October 7th that now whatever they say, even when it is true, no one believes them. It's the boy who cried wolf, the boy who cried Wolfowitz. They lied so much about 9/11 in Iraq, it hurt them for a while. But October 7th was different because social media had grown. Everyone has a cell phone. And it wasn't completely censored the way it was in the past because X actually allowed, and Telegram and Substack actually let people see things, Rumble and so on, BitChute. When it was just YouTube and Facebook, they could just cancel everybody. And you would never see dead Palestinians. You would not see burning apartments in Lebanon. Now you can. And that had always happened. They'd always attack civilians. But this is the first time boomers noticed it because it was actually on a computer and they're using computers and they're seeing it for the first time. And they just kept lying the same way they used to be able to make up a story like that, have all the talking heads on TV say 40 beheaded babies, and then that's just that. You know, babies on incubators. They did it for the first Gulf War. It wasn't true, but it worked.
No.
Post growth of internet, you can't do that anymore. But what I'm saying is blatantly lying with propaganda. Like we deserve better psyops. You know, when it's that bad, no one believes them. And it's going to be the same thing when they're bellicose. If they go into Venezuela, they've got a few days to finish that war before the public completely chumps out because they are not going to. They're like, what are we doing? Why are we dying? What is this for? Venezuela cut off oil to Israel back in 2009. And there's been rhetoric from Hugo Chavez all the way to Maduro, but they're chomping at the bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of films that ought to be made in the future. So we'll see. We'll see how many maps we can get moving. That's a great Christmas gift, by the way. And I hope you guys will pay attention to all of this. I know it's long, almost 4 hours, but you can always come back and watch the rest another day. Just mark your spot. I will tell you this, first hour is on Saudi Arabia. The next 2 hours and 59 minutes is on foreign country A.
Yeah. And if you want movies like this that shows documents, speaks about facts, and actually goes into the mechanisms behind these operations, then you have to donate. You have to give money. You have to buy maps. You have to sign up to RyanDawson.org because there's
really nowhere else.
Yet time is not infinite, and you have to have time to do a project like this. It took a lot of time and effort, and to do that, you need
freaking out because I was going blind near the end of it.
That was a curveball for making the movie. So a lot of those parts we had to do over again.
Because I couldn't check them.
Ryan couldn't see, so he couldn't see my mistakes. So in August, I just get like a laundry list of things that just has to be changed because you could see again properly.
Yeah, I got those anti-VEGF shots. Yeah, I didn't even know what was going on with my eyes until I could see Dr. Sung. So yeah, props to her. Yeah, it was not easy, and we got it done. This will be this spot. You can just fast forward to this spot, watch it on Rumble, watch it on BitChute. The whole thing uninterrupted with no speech again is on RyanDawson.org, and so are the maps. I guess I could put this on.
Yes.
There you go. That's this does not do.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, whatever. There it is. I can't get rid of the red, but there it is. 9/11 movie out. Boom, boom, boom. It's there. It's been there. It's been there since October 7th, but not everyone knows about Substack or what that is. But Substack's been our lifeline. It's the only place I'm being paid right now. Rumble pays through PayPal. I'm banned on PayPal. X got nerfed, so that's over. That's all there was. So you can join Substack. It's like $6 a month. You can get a map, or you can donate. I think, still at givesendgo.com/911. That's it. But here's the main one, ryandawson.org. That's what I would really appreciate. You sign up there, even if it's for 1 month. Sign up there. This movie is worth $6. It's years and years of research, and took just so much. It's a decade of research, I think.
Yeah, I have a last point here. So part of the process of making this movie has been recovering sources that were lost.
Yeah.
Dead links, archiving them as PDFs with links to the original source, so that you can definitively say they wrote this existed. Because a lot of the time we would find stories had disappeared, had been removed from their site.
The old film that we knew existed because it existed there.
Yeah,
it's gone.
Yeah. So this is this movie is in part also a project to retain the memory of 9/11 and make sure that people know that this was reported. You could see it yourself. It is archived in some places, and we have those archives. So
there's also ongoing lawsuits from 9/11 victims' families still going. I don't know if they're going to drag that out until all these people are dead or what, but I was in my early 20s when 9/11 happened, so I'm still around. But some of these people, they got like 8-10 years left. Some of these people, they're dragging it out, and they need a booster for that too. And some more information came out on Omar Bayoumi and so on from these lawsuits. And we had information on the Muppet, for example, that came out as recently as December of 2024. So, about 1 year ago.
Yeah, I want to say this. Ironically, some of the best information we got on 9/11 came from the government. And I know that's hard for people to believe, but the government investigated, and it found numerous high-profile links to 9/11.
They just didn't act on it.
Yeah. It was not front and center in the media, because the media was like Gulf War and Afghanistan and rah, let's do war. And it wasn't reported on. And for example, the Carl Cameron story, that one never
made it to TV. It got yanked off the website, but they did go and do it. They did a 4-part series that, fortunately was recorded off the web, because it only had like a 24-hour lifespan.
Yeah.
But that was great on Amdocs and InfoSeek, and a bit on the DEA groups that were spying, or that were spying on the DEA, the Israeli art students, for lack of better words.
Yeah.
And that was there. The JAS report was filled with Saudi connections.
And this is not technically, the courts are part of the government, and all the court cases that definitively show that the Saudi Arabian government funded 9/11, gave money to hijackers. People in high places did.
People in the highest places, yeah.
Yes, and Pakistani generals for some reason too.
Because that was the leftover network from PCCI.
Yes, which we will get into in the movie. But it's really important that you watch the entire movie so you understand how...
Don't just skip to the Israel stuff.
Yeah, everything links together. This is it was a new way of doing covert operations that got developed in the 70s and culminated in 9/11.
Because of the Cold War.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is how the world works. And once you know this method of operation of these modern privateers, then you understand what ISIS was, or HTS, because same thing. You'll see Boko Haram. These groups are not independent. And it just continues on and on. and it's going to get worse. They're still farming jihadi cannon fodder. And honestly, there wouldn't have been a war in Ukraine. All of these wars would have ended if real truth on 9/11 had come out right after it happened. Definitely would not have invaded Afghanistan or Iraq. But instead, they're following that Pentagon script, which itself is following Netanyahu's book.
Yeah.
That's who set American foreign policy. The lunatic raving about Amalek and burying people alive.
The man
Bomb
that tried to
every home in Gaza.
Yeah, the man that tried to claim the Bondi Beach was Iran. Was that him? That was reported in the Israeli media, which I don't know. Like, is that for the Israelis or is it for the Americans? I don't know, because I don't think the Israelis believe it.
I don't think anybody believes that.
No.
I don't think the majority of the public will ever believe them again.
No.
All right, let's watch it.
Yes.
Get some popcorn.
Movie.
I don't know if it's a popcorn kind of movie, but maybe get a squeezy ball, like a stress ball, because this is going to piss you off what they did.
Yes,
and yeah, gather your woke neighbors and do enjoy this. This took a lot of work. It is document rich. It is dense with information, but that's how we wanted it, because that's the truth.
Yeah.
If you're old enough to have lived through 9/11, you probably just thought to yourself, I remember where I was when I learned the news. It's a moment burned in our memories like JFK's assassination was for those who were around on that day. We all knew a dynamic shift had been made. Once remarkable, the old New York skyline preserved in films and media now marks a time of pre-9/11 innocence. But what really happened? How could it have been avoided? George Bush's simplistic "they hate us for our freedom" explanation doesn't cut it.
They hate our freedoms.
It's a very dark and hard pill to swallow, but there are people of enormous evil and indifference to humanity who are willing to sacrifice the innocent and orchestrate pretexts for wars. It was not their first rodeo. State-sponsored terrorism is not new. Bringing the violence to U.S. soil at this scale shattered the obfuscation that distance provided in the past. Zog had reached a new height of chutzpah. 9/11 was a multinational, jointly conducted covert operation by a U.S., Israeli, and Saudi Arabian intelligence nexus that used an al-Qaeda cell as a battering ram. The plot to ram planes into buildings dated back to at least 1995 by men who had previously attacked the World Trade Center in 1993. Al-Qaeda was not then, now, or ever clearly divorced from covert state sponsorship. Understand this. Realpolitik is dead. Nations do not always act in their national interest. They act for the select personal and commercial interests of the state body. U.S. foreign policy has been driven by Israeli interest for decades.
Israel has run American foreign policy in the Middle East for 30 years. That's how it works. We have an Israel lobby. We have this clean break strategy. We have a plan for 7 wars in 5 years. And what's interesting is they actually kind of carry out this madness. They don't explain any of it to the American people. They don't tell anybody, but you can watch step by step. We've had 6 of those 7 wars. The only one that hasn't happened is Iran. And if you watch every day now, the MSM, the mainstream media, is pushing for U.S. war with Iran. Netanyahu's pushing for war with Iran.
This is not a hypothesis. It is fact. Iraq, Iran, and Libya are racing to develop nuclear weapons. So now what is the next step? I believe that the next step is to choose. It's not a question of whether you have to take action.
Choose the right one.
But what kind of action and against whom? I think of the 3, Saddam is probably in many ways a linchpin. If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
Right after 9/11, about 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the joint staff who had used to work for me. And one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, No. He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." So I came back to see him a few weeks later. And by that time, we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs," meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today. And he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran."
Clark is saying already by September 21st, 2001, that they decided to go to war with Iraq. That's only 10 days after 9/11 and only 3 days after Anthrax was mailed. The plan was already in motion. By October 20th, they had added the rest of the list. Iraq, Iran, Syria, Libya, and Lebanon had nothing to do with 9/11 or al-Qaeda in 2001. But now al-Qaeda is in Iraq, Syria, and Libya thanks to U.S. intervention. 9/11 catalyzed the Zionist script for war, and the U.S. was sent on a multi-trillion-dollar imperial escapade against Israel's enemies, directly against U.S. national interests. Al-Qaeda attacked on 9/11 because of the U.S.'s Israeli-centric violent foreign policy. Al-Qaeda exists in the first place because of the U.S.'s willingness to foster, finance, and arm radical Islamic fundamentalist proxy forces. All of this war and bloodshed could have been prevented and would have been prevented if it had stopped at previous clandestine fiascos. 2 huge covert operations in the 1980s predicated 9/11. Operation Eagle Claw, better known as Iran-Contra, and Operation Cyclone. Two foreign intelligence agencies were instrumental in working with the U.S. to facilitate these operations: Israel and Saudi Arabia. Operation Cyclone was the birth of Al-Qaeda, then called the Freedom Fighters. The U.S. embarked on a path of fostering, financing, and arming Islamic fundamentalists to fight the Soviets in a proxy war in Afghanistan. In Iran-Contra, the U.S. used proceeds of both contraband sold to Iran by Israel, as well as the illegal narcotics trade, to finance the off-the-books operation in Nicaragua, where tens of thousands of people were killed. This set up a scenario very similar to what was repeated in Syria later under Timber Sycamore. During the Contra affair, on TV, the U.S. would denounce the Contras publicly while covertly arming them privately. In Syria, it was the same thing. The U.S. would denounce ISIS publicly, but finance and arm them privately through cutouts. What we have is a precedent of America, Israel, and Saudi Arabia working together for jointly conducted covert operations. 9/11 involved all of the same players. There is a reason the U.S. used proxy forces, and a reason the CIA sought foreign sources of money laundering for black budgets. The system of rent-a-terrorists was modeled after the old British system of privateering. This system of privateering is exactly how modern terrorist cells work. The United States and other nations pay their terrorist groups such as Al-Qaeda. They'll attack Russians in Afghanistan. They'll attack the Russians in Chechnya. They'll fight for us in Bosnia or Kosovo or Syria, wherever we tell them to, including the United States itself in a false flag operation. If a terrorist is caught and killed, so what? They're just a terrorist. But the fact that the CIA puts them on the payroll means they're our terrorists. They're modern privateers. Domestically, the FBI does this too with dim-witted pawns who they encourage to do an attack, and then they arrest their own asset to justify larger budgets. Sometimes they don't arrest them until after an attack occurs. Then they cry about the need for greater powers of surveillance. We live in the age of terrorism management. The CIA, through USAID and NGOs, has privateers on land, aka terrorist proxies. Iran-Contra, Afghanistan, and Syria are examples of sustained U.S. support for covert mercenary terrorists. 9/11 was a short operation by comparison, and it was intentionally manipulated to manufacture new conflicts.
Get this through your head. Intelligence agencies do not work for the national interest. They have their own ideology, and you're not part of it. They will kill you, they will sponsor killers, and they will lie about all of it. That is how the world works.
Under Operation Eagle Claw, the Contras were involved in rape, executions, and torture. In keeping with the distancing factor of the old British system of privateering, combined with the global arms industry market, the U.S. had no shortage of willing partners to needlessly kill for profit. The fact that it was done showed a new step in the magnitude and capacity for multinational covert activities completely divorced from moral limits or even common interest other than profit. As this was going on, the U.S. was secretly funding an army comprised of lunatics to fight in Afghanistan. George Bush Sr. was the director when the CIA was preparing intelligence cells in Afghanistan and Pakistan to fight a proxy war with the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. These modern privateers were labeled freedom fighters. Hollywood boosted this narrative in Rambo 3, and it would be Bush Sr. again as president who commuted sentences and issued pardons for the Iran-Contra conspirators. You could look at Libya or Syria as additional examples. The U.S. paid off a bunch of Salafist jihadist religious nuts to go and do its fighting for them, and NATO did the air campaign in Libya. They couldn't do the same thing in Syria because of Syria's anti-air defense at the time, but they moved terrorists on the ground into Syria continually through Qatar, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia, multiple nations. The same Salafist jihadists they used in Libya were moved to Syria, relabeled the Free Syrian Army, and terrorized Syria for years. Each nation had a faction, but all of them were terrorists. Any actual rebellion within Syria was dwarfed by the foreign mercenaries. Over time, the Turkish-backed faction Al-Nusra Front, now called HTS, prevailed. The leader of the group, Abu Muhammad al-Julani, worked with Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the leader of al-Qaeda in Iraq, to expand al-Qaeda's Syrian branch. The Zionist media is having quite the time trying to rebrand Julani as a moderate rebel. Of course, there was no al-Qaeda in Iraq until the US went into Iraq. These are known, real terrorist organizations, and the privateers were often real pirates as well. But there are portions of them, especially in the leadership, that are being paid off by intelligence agencies. And much of the money for this comes from the drug war, because it's hard to go to Congress to openly appropriate money to pay terrorist factions. Propaganda isn't designed to fool thinking people into believing something false. It is designed to give fools an excuse not to think at all. However, if you tell them you are financing terrorists, that is too on the nose. It is even better for the CIA to use capital laundered through foreign mediums. Illegal drugs is where they use the black market for black operations to pay off our privateers to hit targets without risk to their own soldiers. This is why on 9/11, it was so confusing and strange that the FBI, the NSA, and our different alphabet soup organizations were fighting internally with themselves to allow certain terrorists to live openly in the United States and blocking investigations into them because they were our terrorists. There is a look-away list for our own privateers. Khalid al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi are examples of this who had been used in the USS Cole bombing previously. Now it is up to you to think, did our privateers double-cross us, or was this the plan the whole time? You may ask, was that A, incompetence because our government is incredibly stupid? B, malevolence, they planned the whole thing and they're just geniuses and pulled it off like that? Or C, a portion of them knew what was going on, the majority of them stay in the dark. The faction commandeering everyone plays stupid. They surround themselves with dupes and incompetent people on purpose because they're easy to manipulate, and that is how our government works. I will go with option C. Here's a clip of Dick Cheney in an interview from 1994 about invading Baghdad, proving he knew exactly what would happen.
Do you think that the U.S. or UN forces should have moved into Baghdad?
No.
Why not?
Because if we'd gone to Baghdad, we would have been all alone. There wouldn't have been anybody else with us. It would have been a U.S. occupation of Iraq. None of the Arab forces that were willing to fight with us in Kuwait were willing to invade Iraq. Once you got to Iraq and took it over and took down Saddam Hussein's government, then what are you going to put in its place? That's a very volatile part of the world, and if you take down the central government in Iraq, you can easily end up seeing pieces of Iraq fly off. Part of it the Syrians would like to have to the west. Part of eastern Iraq, the Iranians would like to claim, fought over for 8 years. In the north, you've got the Kurds. And if the Kurds spin loose and join with the Kurds in Turkey, then you've threatened the territorial integrity of Turkey. It's a quagmire if you go that far and try to take over Iraq. The other thing was casualties. Everyone was impressed with the fact that we were able to do our job with as few casualties as we had. But for the 146 Americans killed in action and for their families, it wasn't a cheap war. And the question for the president, in terms of whether or not we went on to Baghdad and took additional casualties in an effort to get Saddam Hussein, was how many additional dead Americans is Saddam worth? And our judgment was not very many, and I think we got it right.
What he said is exactly what happened after the 2003 invasion. They knew this the whole time, but they presented it like a cakewalk that would be paid for by Iraqi oil money. That's not a screw-up. It's deception. If you think it's too complicated for multiple nations to get together and use mercenary groups to attack other nations, think again. Look at Syria. Look at Iran-Contra. This has all happened before. The U.S. has been able to kill millions using covert warfare. See here John Stockwell talk about the CIA's war on the Third World.
And we wound up creating the Golden Triangle, in which the CIA, Air America airplanes were flying in arms to our allies and flying back out with heroin. We launched the largest, this is something that Jimmy Carter did, Admiral Turner brags about it, the operation in Afghanistan. Biggest single operation, I'm told, in the history of the CIA's secret wars. And sure enough, very quickly we produced the Golden Crescent, which is still the largest source of heroin perhaps in the world today. Trying to summarize this third world war that the CIA, the U.S. national security complex with the military all interwoven in it in many different ways, has been waging. Let me just put it this way. The best heads that I coordinate with studying this thing, we count at least minimum figure 6 million people who've been killed in this long 40-year war that we've waged against the people of the third world.
9/11 worked very much the same way. Al-Qaeda attacked the United States with the CIA's blessing, and it was covered up by the same intelligence agencies that created them to begin with. It acted as a pretext for the war on terror, which replaced the Cold War to justify all the massive military spending we've seen since, the erosion of civil liberties, and the rise of a despotic fascist police state. They wanted to secure Afghanistan to control the opium trade, which the Taliban had cut off. It's the Opium Wars 2.0, just as the British had done before. The US can create mass mercenary armies and foster and utilize terrorist groups at will. After the US pullout, the Taliban managed to cut down opium exports by 94%. Part of this may also matter less to the US as the global narco rings have pivoted to fentanyl. But over 100,000 people were dying in the US from the opioid crisis each year. That's like 2 Vietnam Wars every year. You see, if people die in war, there will be complaints, but when they die from drugs, people think, well, they did it to themselves, so who cares? There is a reason Al-Qaeda has never attacked Israel. A war on terror is endless profiteering. The US was in Afghanistan for 20 years. The objective was never about winning, much less women's liberation or fighting for freedom. The whole point is to prolong conflict for as long as possible until they have a new theater like Ukraine. This is why the US preaches a war on terrorism while simultaneously engaging in acts of terrorism itself. And it doesn't matter if that's the slow boil by drones or the quicker boil by proxy forces. It could be MEK in Iraq and Iran, Jandala in Baluchistan, Al-Shabaab in Somalia, Al-Nusra in Syria, or the foreign aid rented governments which work in the same way as the privateer model, such as Al-Hadi in Yemen, Mubarak in Egypt, Museveni in Uganda, Paul Kagame in Rwanda, Sheikh Sharif in Somalia, Al-Khalifa in Bahrain, and so on. And of course, Hamid Karzai in Afghanistan. The US began its Al-Qaeda Frankenstein back in the 80s by backing the Mujahideen and their mercenary special forces Al-Qaeda, and then the Taliban in their civil war. And then the US changed sides on paper to the Northern Alliance, but in reality, it was just the CIA's occupation of the country for its own interest. The American government had a hand-in-glove relationship with Osama bin Laden while they were fighting the Soviets together. This privateer had a religious following and a lot of financial overlap with Saudi Arabia, who is used to finance all of the extreme Sunni Wahhabi terrorist factions. Al-Zawahiri was just as much of an influential privateer as bin Laden, but you never use all of your puppets' faces for the brand sold to the public. As Ali North infamously stated,
With plausible deniability, we wanted to be able to deny a covert operation.
plausible deniability. What he said here is so huge. Though the Iran-Contra operation in particular ended, and don't say to yourself, that was a long time ago, we don't do that anymore. That style of operation has been ongoing. There's a multitude of ways to launder money. Through other nations like Saudi Arabia or Turkey, through bogus NGOs, CIA-assisted narcotics trafficking, and fake foundations to create plausible deniability. Take the case of Fethullah Gulen, living in the US as an imam, but in reality, to anyone with any common sense looking at it, he was just a transparent conduit who the CIA needed to funnel $20 billion worth of funds through to so-called Islamic schools and mosques, which were themselves fronts for training the next round of terrorists. It's a mixture of privateers and useful idiots. They finance the most radical imams and radical madrasas intentionally to farm the next generation of jihadi cannon fodder. The US also backed radical Judaism. You see, the theology doesn't matter. Religious fanatics have a predictable outcome, and that's violence, and that's the goal. Having offshore methods of finance took away domestic scrutiny. When the US supported Mujahideen and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, the US moved money around using BCCI, Bank of Credit and Commerce International. The bank was finally closed in 1991 because it had so many scandals, it could no longer stand afloat.
BCCI, the Bank of Credit and Commerce International. 3 months ago, British regulators shut down most of the bank's worldwide operations, and American officials charged it with fraud, money laundering, and theft of $30 million from depositors. BCCI's secret ownership of the first American bank in Washington is also under investigation. Today, a Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee heard testimony from a longtime bank employee who testified about bribery and the Iran-Contra affair, among other things.
So far, at least, no American depositors have been hurt by the BCCI scandal, although depositors in other countries, especially England and the Third World, have been literally devastated.
BCCI was created in the 70s and used by the Safari Club to launder money on behalf of the CIA. They also used Riggs Bank, which was used again in 9/11 to launder money from Saudi sources to 9/11 hijackers. But what is the Safari Club? Again, a little history is needed. It is well known now that the CIA's chief of counterintelligence, James Jesus Angleton, had a special relationship with Israel. And although the Israelis did provide an important source of intelligence on the Soviet Union and Arab states, they were turning around and providing the Soviets with a lot more intelligence on the Americans in exchange for Jewish immigrants. A number of other things were going on, but suffice it to say, in 1974, William Colby, the DCI, Director of Central Intelligence, had had enough. He fired Angleton, and 3 of Angleton's top executives went with him. Because of Watergate, the entire CIA was under investigation, and it underwent some massive house cleaning. At the time, the Vietnam War, or the War of Helicopters and Heroin, was ending, and it was over by April of 1975. The CIA would need to replace the revenue from the drug trade. The new DCI already had been making moves before he had the position. His name was George Bush. Bush's plan in response to the investigations into the CIA's activities was to hide things better rather than fix them. To reduce the reliance on Israeli intel on the Middle East and integrate more back channels of revenue, Bush incorporated his already close business partners, the Saudi royal family. Bush courted future Saudi General Intelligence Director Prince Turki bin Faisal Assad. Clark Clifford, a Truman lackey with deep ties to intelligence, approached the prince's uncle and the GID, General Intelligence Directorate at the time, Sheikh Kamal Adham, with a plan. The idea was to move an intelligence network outside of the US in which worldwide covert operations for the agency would be funded by a host of Saudi banking and charity enterprises. And so, the Safari Club was born. In a 2002 speech at Georgetown University, Prince Turki stated, "In 1976, after the Watergate matters took place here, your intelligence community was literally tied up by Congress. It couldn't do anything. It could not send spies. It could not write reports. It could not pay money. In order to compensate for that, a group of countries got together in the hope of fighting communism and established what was called the Safari Club. The Safari Club included France, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, and Iran. The principal aim of this club was that we would share information with each other and help each other countering Soviet influence worldwide, especially in Africa." Of course, Iran was kicked out of that club after the revolution in 1979. It was crucial to rope in the Saudis, who were sitting on the largest oil reserves. As a reaction to the U.S. support for Israel during the Yom Kippur War of 1973, the OPEC nations made an oil embargo against the United States, which resulted in long gas lines and rising prices. It exposed a vulnerability of the military and economic giant. Bringing the House of Saud under the U.S. wing broke the cartel and solved the Watergate syndrome. Note that Yom Kippur was itself a response to the U.S. support for Israel in the Six-Day War of 1967, in which the Israelis blatantly attacked a U.S. ship. However, with JFK dead, LBJ had no interest in punishing Israel. Instead, he put a gag order on the ship's survivors. The Israeli subversion of the U.S. began November 22, 1963, and it has only gotten worse over time. The Safari Club was just joining the U.S.-Israeli nexus that already existed. Researcher Peter Dale Scott referred to the Safari Club as a second CIA. At this time, over $10 million from the CIA's operations accounts at Riggs Bank were simply transferred over to Saudi Arabia. To hide from Congress, they would need to launder money overseas and in multiple institutions. So with a green light from Bush, Kamal Adham transformed a small merchant bank in Pakistan into a worldwide network, buying up banks to soak up the clandestine money laundering backbone for the empire, and this was BCCI. From covert missions in Africa to the Contras to Al-Qaeda, everybody used BCCI. With the Safari Club, the CIA were officially a multinational gang of drug running and terrorism. Israel also was never purged from its position in the syndicate. Even under the more even-handed Carter administration with Admiral Turner as the DCI, the Israelis maintained a mole with Turner's underling, Ted Shackley, the blonde ghost, and proceeded to integrate with all U.S. departments even deeper than Saudi Arabia. Now, when it comes to 9/11, let it be no shock that all of these factions arise again and cover for each other. With BCCI gone in 1991, the agency went right back to its roots with the old-school sources such as Riggs Bank. Interestingly, King Faisal of Saudi Arabia, who both ended slavery there in 1962 and utilized the OPEC oil weapon in 1973, was assassinated in 1975 by a relative who had just visited the United States. The king's daughter would be married to Bandar bin Sultan, the Saudi ambassador to the U.S. He was so close to the Bush family that they gave him the nickname Bandar Bush. Both would land positions as head of intelligence in their countries, Bush in 1976 and Bandar in 2012. And Prince Bandar played a key role in assisting 9/11 terrorists. Before 9/11, there was a dry run, and the FBI knew then that it linked to Al-Qaeda. Back in 1999, two men from Saudi Arabia, Mohammed al-Quthadin and Hamad al-Shalawi, forced a plane bound for Washington to ground itself in Ohio, where the men were arrested. Both men had trained in Al-Qaeda camps in Afghanistan. Both were in contact with an Al-Qaeda operative, Ghassan Abdul Ghazid al-Shabri, who was flagged by the Phoenix EC program, as well as the Saudi government. And both had their plane tickets paid for by the Saudi government. They tried multiple times to enter the cockpit, and their excuse to the FBI was, "We thought it was the bathroom." Even though they had asked the stewardess where the bathroom was and she directed them to the back of the plane, they go to the front. They knew it was the cockpit. But that was a good enough excuse, apparently, because the FBI let him go. Later, another Al-Qaeda suspect under investigation, Zakari Sobra, was discovered driving Mohammed al-Quthadin's car. Why did he have his car? Perhaps because this Arizona Al-Qaeda recruiter is who drove him to the airport on the day they got on the flight, where they ended up getting arrested for trying to enter the cockpit. Robert Bueller of the FBI, even after learning all about that and the Al-Qaeda training camps and contact with operational level operatives, was not interested in investigating or even interviewing these men. Saudi Arabia was laundering money through California mosque, provided housing for and transportation to 9/11 hijackers, and even lived next door to and provided financial support to at least 3 al-Qaeda hijackers. And Israel knew, for they too lived next to and helped hijackers move around, literally. More on them later. It would not be the first time that Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the United States covertly supported al-Qaeda, nor would it be the last. From the JAS report, Joint Inquiry into the Terrorist Attacks of September 11th by the House Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, we know that the CIA counterintelligence was aware of 2 future 9/11 hijackers attending an al-Qaeda summit meeting in Malaysia. They had their names and pictures. Later, the CIA tried to deny that they knew that colleague Sheikh Mohammed was also at this meeting, but cables shared from Private Manning to WikiLeaks proved otherwise. Flight 77 hijackers Nawif al-Hazmi and Khalid al-Midhar entered the US using their real names, but the CIA did not alert the FBI. Once in California, the hijackers were assisted by a man named Omar Bayoumi. Bayoumi had been employed by Hamid al-Rashid of the Saudi Arabian government. In a raid on an al-Qaeda safe house in Karachi, Pakistan, a photo was found of Saud al-Rashid Hamid's son. It's circumstantial, but it's still suspicious. The FBI issued a report on Bayoumi in 1998 because he had been in contact with several FBI suspects. Bayoumi also moved $400,000 from Saudi Arabia to build a Kurdish mosque in San Diego. Eldel Rafia, an administrator at the mosque, allowed his bank account to receive funds from Ammar al-Baluchi, also called Ali Abdul Aziz Ali, on behalf of hijacker Hazmi. April 18, 2000. Ali also wired $500,000 to Marwan al-Shehi in New York on June 29, 2000. Marwan was the hijacker pilot of Flight 175 that hit the South Tower on September 11th. Omar Bayoumi met the hijackers shortly after they arrived in a restaurant in Culver City, a suburb of LA. There they met up with a cleric named Sheikh Fahad al-Thurmeri, the Imam of the King Fahad Mosque in Culver City. Fahad claimed to the authorities that he didn't know Bayoumi, but later, phone call records of over 6 calls proved otherwise. Bayoumi allowed the al-Qaeda hijackers to live in his apartment, and then he signed their lease and paid their first month's rent for their own apartment in San Diego, and then moved in a place in the same neighborhood. In an FBI report declassified in 2021, they found phone numbers linking Bayoumi to a known Tier 1 terrorist support entity, also directly to Muttaib al-Sudari, the roommate of key Osama bin Laden logistics facilitator Ziad Khalil, a man who delivered the satellite phone to Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, which he used to coordinate the 1998 U.S. Embassy bombings. Al-Bayoumi reportedly had a no-show job with Dala Avco, a Saudi contractor of the Saudi Civil Aviation Authority. What services was al-Bayoumi providing in exchange for his salary and other funding? Why would Dala Avco be willing to employ al-Bayoumi in this capacity? Bayoumi's allowances from Dala Avco were dramatically increased beginning in April 2000. It's not rocket surgery. In 2022, footage was made public showing Bayoumi and the hijackers having a dinner party. That is not something you do for random Muslim tourists.
Now to that CBS News exclusive, new evidence of a link between 2 9/11 hijackers and a man said to be on Saudi Arabia's intelligence agency payroll. We see them together in newly released video turned over to family members of 9/11 victims last month, along with more than 14,000 pages of documents. The evidence obtained from British authorities raises new questions actually renews an old one. Did the Saudi government assist the hijackers on 9/11?
Midar can be seen here in the kitchen. The party's host, a Saudi national, Omar al-Bayoumi, who British police arrested after 9/11 and from whom they seized the videos and documents. Bayoumi was on the payroll of Saudi intelligence, a fact that was not confirmed at the time of the 9/11 Commission report.
In addition to this, more footage was finally released of Bayoumi casing the Capitol building in D.C. He noted how many entrances it had and filmed security personnel while referring to the plan. This emerged as part of a lawsuit by 9/11 victims' families. It was revealed that Bayoumi was indeed on the payroll of Saudi intelligence.
2 decades ago, the 9/11 Commission found that al-Qaeda acted alone in the September 11th attack that killed nearly 3,000 Americans. We all remember that day. But the victims' families say that is not true. They point to a newly released video filmed outside the U.S. Capitol 2 years before the attacks and other evidence as proof. The families are now suing the Saudi Arabian government, saying that the government provided crucial assistance to the hijackers and the planners behind the attacks.
Their case, the man who made the video, Omar al-Bayoumi, who asked a bystander to film him in front of the Capitol. The FBI says Bayoumi was living in the United States on a student visa and being paid by a Saudi aviation company in California, despite not showing up for classes or work. Investigators say, in fact, Bayoumi was an operative of the Saudi intelligence service and had close ties to two of the hijackers.
Time is 6 p.m.
The video was filmed over several days. Bayoumi recorded entrances and exits of the Capitol, security posts, a model of the building, and nearby landmarks. Bayoumi points out the Washington Monument and says, "I will get over there and report to you in detail what is there." He also notes the airport is not far away.
What I see Bayoumi doing is going out and making a detailed video record of the Capitol from all its sides and then conducting that 360-degree panoramic view.
Bayoumi introduced Hazmi and Midhar to Osama Basnan, who moved to live across the street from their house and whose wife, Majeda Ibrahim Doikat, would become a conduit in a chain of money transfers. Princess Haifa bin Fasil, the sister of Safari Club founder Turki bin Fasil Assad and wife to Bandar bin Sultan, or Bandar Bush, the Saudi ambassador to the U.S. and future head of Saudi General Intelligence, sent payments through Riggs Bank to Osama Basnan's wife, Majeda, who then wrote checks to Manal Ahmad Baghdad, the wife of Bayoumi, who was assisting the hijackers. Majeda and Manal were both arrested shoplifting at a JCPenney store in Fashion Valley Mall, April 2001. Stay classy. Ammar al-Baluchi transferred Flight 175 hijackers Manwar al-Shayhi's money from a company in the UAE to al-Shayhi in the US. Baluchi is the nephew of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the mastermind of 9/11. The two of them had discussed an attack that was fortunately never carried out on Heathrow Airport in the UK with another man, Ramzi bin al-Shib. Bin al-Shib had been Mohammed Atta's roommate for 2 years in Germany and acted as a medium for both wire transfers and communications. He claims ignorance of the plot and says he never spoke with Mohammed Atta. He lied. Mohammed Atta was, of course, the Egyptian national studying in Germany and labeled the lead hijacker of September 11th. He was on Flight 11 that hit the North Tower. Flight 93 hijacker Saeed Al-Ghamdi, using a fake name, Abu Abdul Raham, wrote online to Ramzi, who was posing as his German girlfriend, a cryptic message about the date, number, and type of targets for 9/11 and the number of hijackers and planes. The note read, "The first semester commences in 3 weeks, 2 high schools and 2 universities. This summer will surely be hot. 19 certificates for private education and 4 exams. Regards to the professor. Goodbye." This has been interpreted by the FBI as, the attack is in 3 weeks, 2 civilian and 2 military targets, 19 hijackers and 4 planes. Regards to Osama bin Laden. But this conflicts with the account that Flight 93's intended target was the White House, something the US media was saying on the day of 9/11 without any reason or evidence to do so. It seems more likely that the pilot of Flight 93, which was not Ziad al-Jarrah but al-Ghamdi, would know what his own target was. If the Pentagon and World Trade Centers had already been hit, that means his target was military in nature, which could have been Langley or doubling up on the Pentagon. But I disagree with the interpretation. It is not 2 civilian and 2 military targets. It was 2 civilian and 2 government buildings. Khaled Sheikh Mohammed himself stated that Flight 93 was supposed to hit the Capitol building. Atta used code for the targets, referring to the World Trade Center as the Faculty of Town Planning, the Pentagon as the Faculty of Fine Arts, and Capitol Hill as the Faculty of Law, according to Al Jazeera's Yusri Foda. But none of this was known or could have been known on September 11th, and there was no explanation as to why the mass media was reporting with confidence that Flight 93 was going to hit the Capitol building or White House. Did one of them just guess at it and all of the rest copied the report? Or were they staying on script? Mustafa al-Hassawi financed 7 of the 9/11 hijackers. Rather than just wire transfers, he was given power of attorney over Flight 175 hijacker Fayez Bani Hamad's bank account in the UAE, which he could use to mail a blank card to Fayez in Florida and then clean out the remaining money after 9/11. Hassawi, Baluchi, and Merashib all landed in Gitmo with Khaled Sheikh Mohammed and were tortured. Yet none of the men working under the Saudi royals went to any type of jail at all. You may ask, where were these men getting all of this money from? Osama bin Laden? No. From the National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States monograph on terrorist financing. Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden obtained money from a variety of sources. Contrary to common belief, bin Laden did not have access to any significant amounts of personal wealth, particularly after his move from Sudan to Afghanistan, and did not personally fund Al-Qaeda, either through an inheritance or business he is said to have owned in Sudan. Rather, Al-Qaeda was funded to the tune of approximately $30 million per year by diversions of money from Islamic charities and the use of well-placed financial facilitators who gathered the money from both witting and unwitting donors, primarily in the Gulf region. Money was laundered through Islamic schools in the US the same way it was done abroad in earlier CIA operations. So it is not surprising that 9/11 hijackers met with Anwar al-Awlaki, named the head of America's Al-Qaeda. Al-Awlaki also met with Fahad al-Thurmari and Omar Bayoumi and helped set up bank accounts for the hijackers al-Hazmi and al-Midhar. He met Hazmi again in Virginia, where Anwar served as the imam for the Dar el-Haraj Mosque in Falls Church. Very interesting, and certainly pure coincidence that Anwar's education was entirely paid for by USAID. He was also invited to a private luncheon at the Pentagon just weeks after 9/11. Money came primarily from overseas, but logistical support was given to 9/11 hijackers, most of whom spoke very little to almost no English, once they were inside the US. The intermediaries of the financing of 9/11 are known, but the origin of the money being passed around is shrouded in redactions. However, we do have evidence that at least $100,000 of it came from Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh and General Mahmoud Ahmed, the head of ISI, the Central Intelligence of Pakistan. General Mahmoud Ahmed took calls from Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh twice after Omar wired $100,000 to lead hijacker Mohammed Atta. The timestamps overlap twice. On the morning of September 11th, Ahmad was meeting with Safari Club founder and former DCI George Bush Sr. and the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committees, which included Congressman Porter Goss, the next DCI, who was appointed by Bush's son, President George W. Bush. The general would retire from his position shortly after the money transfer was exposed. That is the amount they got caught involved with. It does not mean there wasn't more that they were not caught laundering. But don't worry, Ahmed had to step down from his position. What a vigorous punishment. I wonder if afterward he went on a safari. Oddly, Bush Sr. had been meeting with Osama bin Laden's brother the day before the attack. That didn't age well. It gets better. The FBI actually had an informant, codename Muppet. He met and gave housing to 9/11 hijackers in Los Angeles before they moved down to San Diego, where Bayoumi got them a rental. Muppet's handler was Special Agent Stephen Butler of the FBI San Diego field office. Muppet claimed they didn't use his landline phone and instead they would always go outside and use their cell phones. However, this was false. Maybe they didn't make calls, but they received calls on this phone. Many were from Prince Nawaf bin Saad bin Mohammed bin Al Saud between June and November. Do you have princes calling your home repeatedly? Meanwhile, there were 16 calls from an Al-Qaeda safe house in Pakistan. Muppet we now know was Dr. Abdusattar Shaikh. When the JIS tried to question him, they were blocked. They were blocked by the White House. Why in the world? Again, it is interesting that all of these men are locked away in a special site, but the other financiers and handlers just walk free. It appears the decision was, let them pull off the attack, in fact help them do it, then we'll arrest them and ignore our own role in it. First, a bit on compartmentalization. When engaged in a criminal activity, the left hand and the right hand and all the fingers are blind. That is, one side doesn't know what the other sides are doing at the end of the chain. Financial threads are redundant and they do not cross. If someone is arrested, you cannot construct a series of plea bargains all the way up to the top. And if one financial channel fails or is exposed, the redundant streams continue. We've been focusing on who funded the end of the rope, but what about the middle of the rope? Who was paying them? The middle worked like this. A wealthy patron or administrator of a charitable organization will donate to an imam. The imam is both an imam and an Al-Qaeda operative. The donor can play stupid and say, I was just giving money to this or that mosque. The mosque then supports Al-Qaeda members under the pretense that they thought they were just assisting refugees or students. Plausible deniability is built in. But it really doesn't jive when these same individuals have phone records and in-person meetings with Al-Qaeda terrorists. That is where the deniability falls apart. Specifically, Muhammad Ghalib Khaleji Zuladi, or Abu Talha, the brother-in-law of Osama bin Laden, who was one of Reagan's freedom fighters in 1989, sent money to Mamoun Darkazanli Import-Export Company. Mamoun Darkazanli was to Maran al-Shehi, the suicidal pilot who hit the South Tower, what Mohammed Zammar was to Mohammed Atta, the suicidal pilot that hit the North Tower, and he knew them both. The Spanish judge, Baltasar Garzon, deemed him Al-Qaeda's chief financer and bin Laden's point man for all of Europe. There is also the Arashi Banking and Investment Corporation, the primary bank for a number of charities that serve Al-Qaeda front groups. Al-Haramain Islamic Foundation, the Muslim World League, and the International Islamic Relief Organization all funneled terrorist financing and support through the Al-Rahi Banking and Investment Corporation system. One of the hijackers in the September 11th attack, Abdul Al-Aziz Al-Umari, infamous for appearing in the ATM photo with Mohammed Atta on September 10th, held a bank account with Al-Rahi Banking and Investment Corporation. There is the NBC. Between 1986 and 1990, the Saudi National Commercial Bank was involved in fraudulent schemes and practices with the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI. BCCI's support of terrorism and arms trafficking developed out of several factors. First, as a principal financial institution for a number of Gulf sheikdoms with branches all over the world, it was a logical choice for terrorist organizations who received payment at BCCI London and other branches directly from Gulf state patrons, and then transferred those funds whenever they wished without apparent scrutiny. Secondly, BCCI's flexibility regarding the falsification of documentation was helpful for such activities. BCCI's chief operating officer and major shareholder, Khalid bin Salim bin Mahfouz, was the National Commercial Bank chairman and later the president and CEO. He moved $74 million into the International Islamic Relief Organization run by Mohammed Jamal Khalifa, Osama bin Laden's other brother-in-law. The National Commercial Bank also put $3 million into the Blessed Relief Foundation, which was set up by none other than Mahfouz. Remember that BCCI at its roots was collaborating with the CIA. They branched into many other fronts in the style of USAID. I won't go over every detail of every front, but suffice it to say here is a list. They could do this type of thing while the CIA was openly working with them in a proxy war in Afghanistan and later Chechnya. But with BCCI falling apart and Osama bin Laden attacking embassies and hotels, the networks were reeled in and/or, unfortunately, just pushed under the rug. U.S. intelligence withheld information. Why didn't the CIA share information about al-Qaeda operatives living in America with the FBI? The men responsible for withholding this information were George Tenet, Richard Blee, and Cofer Black. Counterterrorism czar Richard Clarke accused them of a cover-up. In the best-case scenario, the CIA, ever the juvenile rival of the FBI, simply didn't want the FBI to nab the al-Qaeda operatives because perhaps the CIA was trying to flip one of them in order to get a man inside al-Qaeda. After all, these men had fought in Bosnia, Chechnya, and Afghanistan against America's enemies. All the killing then was okay. And then the hijackers simply played along and then double-crossed the CIA. It's unprofessional and incompetent, but it's still better than the alternative explanation. The CIA was supporting the operation, and incompetence was their deniability. Given the CIA's behavior with the East Coast hijackers, including the ringleader Mohammed Atta, who the CIA and the Pentagon had been following since they were in Hamburg, Germany, and whose cell numbers they had, which they still did not share with the FBI, the most plausible explanation is that these men were shielded on purpose. Furthermore, in 2001, the CIA's Bin Laden unit, Alex Station, reduced the FBI's access to NSA material tracking al-Qaeda members. There is just too much to chalk up to a screw-up. The Saudi royals were simply working with the CIA counterintelligence office as they had done for decades, and the US simply covered it up. Everyone knew too much. Was the brass at the CIA just motivated by enormous wealth the war on terror would create for the MIC? Or had they also been persuaded by a foreign power? Sadly, that seems to be the case. The future 9/11 hijackers Nawif al-Hazmi and Khalid al-Midhar, whose hub in Yemen had been bugged, both got visas from the CIA's fast-track program in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, as did a majority of the hijackers. But the CIA was preventing this information from reaching the FBI. Why? The Jeddah fast-track visa program made zero sense.
Springman issued visas in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. According to Springman, he soon found out that most Americans at the consulate were actually with the CIA, not the State Department. Springman says his boss, the American Consul General, Jay Frears, demanded that he grant visas for people who wouldn't normally qualify.
And I had been part of a program to issue visas under questionable circumstances to a variety of people who had no ties either to their own country or to Saudi Arabia. It was really a program to recruit and train terrorists to come to the United States for training and then be sent back to Afghanistan for use in the war against the then Soviet Union. And part of the mix was Osama bin Laden, who was then working for the CIA as an asset to recruit people from all over the Middle East and North Africa and South Asia. People coming to me like Jay Frears, Henry Ensher, the political officer, supposedly, and others saying, well, it's your decision, of course, Mike, but, we've got this guy who's a good contact, and we really need a visa for him. and you can refuse it if you want. Well, after a couple of months of this, it was issue the visa or else. Why did you deny this guy a visa? What is wrong with you? Don't you understand what's going on here? By and large, the people had low-level jobs. They were, clerks in a grocery store. They worked at a gas station. They couldn't explain
Only a few decades.
what they were doing here, meaning in Saudi Arabia. They had no real reason for going to the United States. It got to the point where people would come to the window with a stack of passports from the company they worked for and say, look, we want these visas. And I said, well, I don't know. It depends on, their qualifications and so on. Well, you can issue the visa now or later on when Jay Frears tells you to. What's it going to be?
Jay Frears was supposedly hit by lightning and died in Florida.
Time I thought that my questioning what was going on, my filing a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit, got them to pull in their horns. Reading about the 15 of the 19 hijackers getting visas from the CIA's consulate at Jeddah, I thought obviously I didn't do any good at all. I was amazed at how subservient the Department of State was to the CIA, which I guess is natural given the huge contingent of spooks that work for the State Department or who ostensibly work for the State Department. So, the secrecy basically covers up wrongdoing, it covers up incompetence, and it covers up stupidity, and it covers up really dangerous programs that the U.S. government is involved in, like this nonsense about sending terrorists to Afghanistan with no thought as to what happens when the terrorists in Afghanistan don't have anybody to fight anymore. And they're kind of used to this. They kind of like being warlords and making money and writing about being top dog.
Although Springman worked there from 87 to 89, the program still existed, and it is how a majority of the 9/11 hijackers got visas. What Springman said here is a crucial insight. They were just recruiting store clerks and street vendors. In other words, cannon fodder. These were not necessarily religious zealots. They were expendables, brainwashed to be part of a larger cause. They did not have expertise in international money laundering. They didn't speak perfect English or come from military special ops. They were common people given professional protection, guided by state powers. Doug Miller, formerly an FBI agent who had worked in the CIA's bin Laden issue station, learned in 2000 that the two Saudi nationals, Khalid al-Midhar and Naif al-Hazmi, were living in California under the real names. Miller wanted to inform the FBI, but the CIA prevented him from doing so. Miller's draft cable to the FBI was later found and revealed that the CIA had been tracking the two hijackers' entry into the United States over a year before the attack. Why didn't they act? Why did they block the FBI headquarters from intel on terrorists? In addition to that, Mark Rossini, an FBI agent who also served in the interagency team, Bin Laden Issue Station, or Alex Station, also tried to warn the FBI about the known terrorist who had entered the US, but he too was stopped by the CIA, specifically by Michael Ann Casey. Casey would go on to become the director of the NCSC, National Counterintelligence and Security Center, in 2023 under Joe Biden. Another cohort, Alfreya Francis Bikowski, the manager of Alex Station, lied and said she did deliver the information about al-Midhar to the FBI headquarters, but the logbooks show otherwise. Eleanor Hill, staff director of the Congressional Inquiry, claims investigators found no evidence that the FBI had ever received the information. This is a step further than just blocking the information. This is intentional deception. Alfreya Francis Bikowski went on to play such a central role in the CIA's rendition and torture program that she was dubbed the Queen of Torture. She is known now as Alfreya Schur. She married Michael Schur, the chief of the Bin Laden unit, as well as the special advisor to the Bin Laden unit. You can't make this stuff up. How lovely that the woman who failed to act on 9/11 intel and lied about sharing it got to be the person in charge of interrogating the suspects under torture. However, it might not have mattered if it did reach the FBI, as the FBI did not listen to their own sources on the matter. As verified by FBI translators Bahruz Sashar and Sibel Edmonds, there was an Iranian informant who 4 months before September 11th warned of an attack by Osama bin Laden using airplanes to hit U.S. targets, and that the agents were already inside the United States. Sarshar submitted his report marked very urgent to Special Agent in Charge Thomas Frields, who promptly ignored them. This report was also made in writing to the Justice Department's Inspector General Glenn Fine, who also ignored it. Sibel Edmonds also discovered an audio file on September 12th celebrating a mission accomplished. Her supervisor, Mike Fageli, didn't want to hear it. This is the same man who hired Turkish translators who did not have English proficiency, who were passing on top secret information to the American Turkish Council. One of Mike Fageli's translators, Malik Dickerson, was involved in that cabal. She was sharing documents from the FBI with groups outside of the FBI for money. A department within a department. In the same way the Pentagon had the Office of Special Plans, comprised of hardline Zionists cherry-picking and fabricating information to use as war propaganda, a similar structure existed in counterterrorism. Much like the CIA tries to manage the narcotics trade rather than ending it, terrorists can be directed at political enemies rather than just being arrested. Pascal Demuro, the inspector in charge of the FBI's investigation into the attacks, professed that Richard Blee, who took over from Michael Schur as chief of the Bin Laden unit, and his deputy, Thomas Wilshire, prevented information about the 9/11 hijackers from being shared with the FBI. The reality was, Alex Station was not a jointly shared outfit of the CIA and FBI. It was just run by the CIA. While en route to the Al-Qaeda summit meeting in Malaysia, Midhar stopped in Dubai, and the CIA broke into his hotel room and copied his passport. 100% they knew that he had a multi-entry visa for the United States, and they refused to share this information or allow others who discovered it to inform the FBI.
In his book, The Looming Tower, Lawrence Wright reports on how a USS Cole bombing investigator, Steve Bongard, was accidentally CC'd on an email from Dina Corsi of FBI intelligence, who for some reason decided they could not share certain intel with the criminal division. Information about Al-Midar already being inside the United States. Steve responded, "Dina, you've got to be kidding me. Midar is in the country?" "Steve, you got to delete that," she told him, referring to the email. She said he had no right to the information. "We'll have a conference call about it tomorrow." The next day, Corsi called over the secure phone. A CIA supervisor at Alex Station was also on the line. They told Bongard he would have to stand down in the effort to find Midar. They explained how the wall prevented them from sharing any further information. Bongard repeated his complaints that the wall was a bureaucratic fiction and that it was preventing the agents from doing their work. "If this guy is in the country, it's not because he's going to fucking Disneyland," he said. But it was told once again, not only by Corsi, but also by her supervisor at the Bureau, to stand down. The next day, Bongard sent Corsi an angry email. "Whatever has happened to this, someday somebody will die. And wall or not, the public will not understand why we are not more effective in throwing every resource we had at certain problems."
Richard Clarke of the Counterterrorism Czar United States National Security Council said this decision must have gone all the way to the top, meaning George Tenet, the DCI. Tenet would meet with him every other day and go over micro details about intelligence on Al-Qaeda, and yet he never mentioned the known Al-Qaeda operatives entering the United States. absolutely Tenet knew. Clark reasoned that CIA must have been running the hijackers in some clandestine operation. We get an interesting snippet from Patrick Tyler's book, A World of Trouble, of an account of George Tenet in the swimming pool of Prince Bandar in Riyadh, drunk on scotch, ranting about the Jews. He was upset that he thought the Bush administration was going to pin the weapons of mass destruction fiasco on him. "The damn Jews double-crossed us," he said. What did he mean by that? Oh, I think that is about to become crystal clear. Note that he was drinking in the pool of the man who ultimately wired money to 9/11 hijackers who he protected after 9/11, and well, after having knowledge about what Bandar did. This is because the heads of the US and Saudi intelligence both already knew, because they orchestrated it together.
The U.S.-Saudi role is clear, from the fast-track visa program to the continued logistical support once they were inside the country, and then both lying and hiding information from the FBI and playing stupid about it. And the incompetence excuse just doesn't cut it. Plus, America has a history of doing these type of clandestine privateering operations in Afghanistan and Iran-Contra, as well as the continuation of this practice in Syria post 9/11. It's actually worse than what we've laid out. The details are in the book. At a certain point, he's kicking a dead horse. Further examples would be redundant. And now we come to the real movers and shakers, no pun intended. Who were the Israelis, and why did they dance?
9/11. I'm going to show you some live clips of the truck bombings, in case you never saw them, forgot about them, or don't believe me. Also pay attention to these live reports about the explosions at the base, the lobby, the basement of the building. These are, of course, from eyewitnesses, survivors, firemen, police, and the FBI. This would all get a nice whitewashing and be replaced by no-planer nonsense and disinformation ranging from Bavarian death cults to space rays.
NBC's Pat Dawson is close to the scene of that attack. Pat?
Just moments ago, I spoke to the chief of safety for the New York City Fire Department. He received word of the possibility of a secondary device, that is another bomb going off. He tried to get his men out as quickly as he could, but he said that there was another explosion which took place. And then an hour after the first hit here, with the first crash that took place, he said, there was another explosion that took place in one of the towers here. According to his theory, he thinks that there were actually devices that were planted in the building. The second device he speculates, was probably planted in the building.
That's what some people are saying. Now,
Base of the South Tower.
I was under the impression that it was just the actual collapse of the building. But some people are speculating that. I mean, I didn't want to say that because...
Incredible. That was an incredible explosion.
And that does not cause from a...
I agree with you. I think it was the third plane, but again...
No, it could have been something that was planted.
Or a bomb planted in the building, yeah.
That would put us about a block and a half away from
the site of where the explosion was. That area has just been evacuated because police have found what they described as a suspicious device, and they fear that it might be something that could lead to another explosion. Obviously, there's a real sense of caution here on the part of police. I spoke with some police officials moments ago, Chris, and they told me that they have reason to believe that one of the explosions at the World Trade Center, aside from the ones that may have been caused by the impact of the plane with the building, may have been caused by a van that was parked in the building that may have had some type of explosive device in it. So their fear is that there may have been explosive device planted either in the building or in the adjacent area.
Yeah, here's one of the guys who can tell you I'm okay, all right? Here, hold on. You want to call your mother or something?
Right now. You gotta get back from here. You know that. You gotta get back.
All right. Don't worry about me. You need to make calls right now. All right.
We just heard another explosion. They're handing out gloves and masks.
I think a bomb went off in the lobby first, then a plane hit the building. But then another plane hit the other building. But when I was coming through the doors on the other side of the Trade Center, something, either they blew the lobby up or something, because it blew the glass out of the doors and knocked us all down, and I got smoke and everything on me. I just feel a little shook up because I got blasted.
The ladies that are with me were in the World Trade Center in the first building and escaped through the lobby where they believe there was a bomb in the lobby. And even the turnstile was burnt and was sticking up, and they just told us to run. And as we were coming out, we passed the lobby. There was no lobby. So I believe the bomb hit the lobby first, and a couple of seconds in the first plane hit. And all of a sudden, it sounded like, I don't know where the subway is, but it sounded like a subway collision, a bomb. And it was just pounding, boom, boom, boom. And I literally thought the subway had exploded and all the cars put the land on top of it. It was so loud. And
at the time, I was actually in the subway heading towards the World Trade Center right around Franklin Street. And after the first explosion, the subway station started to fill with smoke. The subway cars started to fill with smoke, and the subways actually stopped.
Was that he was in the lobby of World Trade Center 1 when the first plane hit. And when the debris started coming down, he went back to go into the building to protect himself and was in the revolving doors going back in off West Street when he looked up and a fireball came flying out and blew out all the windows and threw him back onto the street.
What happened? We was in an explosion. We was in the lobby and the third explosion, the whole lobby collapsed on us.
What was it like? What was it like?
Horrible.
It's like hell. You don't want to know.
The whole building just collapsed on us inside the lobby.
Was that a secondary explosion?
Yes, it was.
That was the planet probably?
Yeah, definitely a secondary explosion. But we was inside waiting to go upstairs, and on the way upstairs, the whole fucking plane blew. And we just collapsed on everybody inside the lobby.
Similar to the first tower coming down, secondary?
I don't know about the first one, but I know the second one it was terrible. Then there was a third one too after that one.
Third explosion after that?
That's right. Everybody was inside the building, waiting to go upstairs, and they just let loose. Everything just let loose inside the building.
So what you told me is that there was the plane or whatever hit the building, then a secondary explosion.
It was like 3 explosions after that. We came in after the fire. We came when the fire was going on already. We was in the staging area inside the building, waiting to go upstairs. Then they exploded. The whole lobby collapsed on the lobby inside.
Right in front of our eyes.
As far as I know, it's at least 3 or 4.
It was so surreal, like a movie set. Second and third explosions also, right? We were in the building for the third one. It collapsed. I was on this drive here for the other one.
You're in the building trying to help people, and it's exploding on you inside the building. So I don't think it can get any worse than that.
Apparently what appears to happen was that at the same time 2 planes hit the building, that the FBI most likely thinks that there was a car or truck packed with explosives underneath the buildings, which also exploded at the same time and brought both of them down.
Now, that's the first time we're hearing that. So 2 planes and explosives that were in the building. Is that correct?
That is the working theory at this point. That is still unconfirmed, but that is what the FBI is going on at this point.
The New York City Police Department has a report that the FBI is responding to New Jersey because a truck reportedly loaded with explosives has been stopped by authorities on the road there, and the men with that truck have been detained. Members of the Joint Terrorist Task Force, according to the New York police officials, are responding to question those people I want to underline that all the phones to police headquarters and to the FBI from here seem to be disabled.
And word late tonight that 2 suspects are in FBI custody after a truckload of explosives was discovered around the George Washington Bridge. That bridge links New York to New Jersey over the Hudson River. Whether the discovery of those explosives has anything to do with other events today is unclear, but the FBI has 2 suspects in hand, said the truck load of explosives, enough explosives were in the truck to do great damage to the George Washington Bridge. But they arrested the 2 suspects and they're questioning them as we speak.
And that it was near the George Washington Bridge. There were 2 or 3 men who were in the van. The van was pulled over. It is not clear why the van was pulled over, but when it was, law enforcers found tons of explosives inside of the van.
George Washington Bridge, Marcia.
Well, you know, Todd, it's really an amazing thing. Most of New York City's rescue operations and their police and fire departments have been concentrating their actions down in lower Manhattan, where the 2 planes hit the 2 towers of the World Trade Center. But some very intelligent and aggressive cops also stopped another terrorist attack from happening on the George Washington Bridge. CBS 2 has learned exclusively that 2 men are in custody tonight after being arrested at the George Washington Bridge with an entire truckload of explosives.
The FBI has now put out a nationwide APB all-points bulletin for a white Chevy van with New Jersey registration. Written on the back is Urban Moving Systems.
Three Israelis, Yaron Shmuel, Oded Eldner, and Sivan Kursberg, were witnessed filming the burning of World Trade Center 1. They were dancing, celebrating, and posing for pictures as Americans burned to death behind them. There were at least 2, possibly 3 vans stopped by police on 9/11, and a 4th van spotted by a journalist. One had 5 individuals and traces of explosives. Another had 2 individuals and was packed with explosives. A 3rd van got away, and a 4th was possibly a diversion. The first van had been spotted in the parking lot of Doric Towers, just across the river from the World Trade Centers. Multiple witnesses saw 3 men in a white Urban Moving Systems van. 2 witnesses were together less than 5 minutes after the first plane hit the North Tower, and they saw 3 men taking video and still photographs from the roof of the parking garage of Doric Towers. They saw a white utility van and a brown van further behind. No one else was on the roof of the parking lot. One of the witnesses went back to his apartment to look out the window to see if both towers were on fire. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he noticed that both vans had left. Another witness, Maria, got a call when the first plane hit about what was happening, so she went to her window and she saw the van and 3 already there, celebrating, hugging each other and flicking lighters and giving high fives. She got a good look at the men because she had binoculars. She wrote down the license plate, but she did not call the police until after her husband got home. She had also witnessed the men taking video and still photographs from the roof of their van. Another witness did not see the men, but did see the Urban Moving Systems van at Doric Towers at 8 o'clock in the morning. This is long before the first tower was hit. The witness who called the police stated that she went to her window. She saw 3 men outside celebrating and filming the event. They were happy. They were posing for pictures with the burning tower in the backdrop. One was flicking a lighter as if he was at a rock concert. They even stood on top of the van to take more pictures and film. This was obviously very disturbing. Film obtained from the 35mm camera of one of the detainees was later developed and processed by the Newark Division. The photos clearly corroborate the witnesses' statements that the Israelis are visibly happy on nearly all of the photographs. The explanation for why they were celebrating was that they claimed Israel experienced terrorism daily, and so now the U.S. would know how they feel. But everyone thought the first plane was an accident, not an act of terrorism, even according to the Israelis themselves.
We heard in the news that one of the planes was crashing down the building, and we thought it was an accident at the beginning.
So why would they celebrate a plane accident and pose for pictures with a horrible plane crash behind them? It was one of many lies. The FBI put out a bolo, be out on the lookout, at 3:31 p.m. By 3:56, the van had been pulled over. The 3 Israelis witnessed dancing as celebrating 9/11 and picked up 2 more Israelis who were in the back of the van. The timelines given by Sivan Kursberg, Paul Kursberg, Yaron Shmuel, Omar Mamari, and Oded Elner were all over the place. Each had plane tickets to leave the U.S. with immediate travel dates for destinations all over the world. They were illegally living in the U.S. and working without permits. They worked for the company Urban Moving Systems. Urban Moving Systems was owned and managed by Dominic Suter, who fled to Israel before the FBI could question him. Suter would appear on the FBI's official 9/11 suspect list. Yaron Shmuel lied to police, not knowing that they had been witnessed at Doric. He told the police that they were in New York, not in New Jersey, and at the West Side Highway, Route 9A in New York City, headed toward the Lincoln Tunnel when the attack occurred, not at Doric Towers. Not only did he lie about where he was, he said "we," thereby covering for all 5 of them. On the second try, during interrogation, he screws up again by saying he got to work at 8:20. He claims he heard about the attack from a coworker, and then he and, redacted section, probably Elner or Sivan, went to Doric sometime between 8:30 and 9 a.m. for about 10 minutes. Now, Doric Tower is only a few minutes away from Urban Moving Systems if you drive quickly. I took that route from Urban Moving Systems myself with a New Jersey local. Yaron is trying to make his story sound plausible by saying 8:30, as if he got to work, heard the news, got the cameras and things, knew a good place to go, and drove there with his buddies. All within 10 minutes, assuming he heard the news just after he got to work, since it happened when he was in New York going through the Lincoln Tunnel. The problem with all of that is the first plane hit at 8:46, and they were not in New York. They were in Doric, in New Jersey. They were witnessed there and photographed there. His timeline will also conflict with his fellow passengers about when he got to work and when they went to Doric Towers. All of their stories are different from one another. Generally, even now, everybody can remember where they were when they heard the news about 9/11, but not these idiots. Yaron also posted publicly that he worked for Octagon Explosives and Security on LinkedIn. He would later tell an Israeli newspaper, Ma'ariv, "They pulled guns on us, threw us on the ground like terrorists, and citizens that were in the area yelled, 'Shoot them in the head.'" That never happened. He was set to go to Australia. Oded Elner, who had $4,700 stuffed in a sock-like pouch, tried to lie to police about stopping for gas. He said that he learned of the first explosion by telephone at 8 a.m. The first plane crash wasn't until 8:46 a.m. Must have been a little nervous. Elner was set to immediately fly to Germany. What a coincidence that the working holiday ended for all 5 men, all set to go to different places in the world on the same day on a random Tuesday in September. As I'm sure is normal for minimum wage furniture movers. Perhaps Elner's greatest screw-up was saying you could only see one side of one tower from Urban Moving Systems, so they moved to a different spot with a full view of the towers so that they could document the event. Why is it necessary to see the full length of both towers unless you're expecting another plane to hit the other tower? They had already planned their vantage point before the attack began. Maps in the van when they were arrested had highlighted the World Trade Centers and Doric Towers. Why on earth would you highlight these 2 places, especially Doric Towers? Now, there were Israelis on the roof of Urban Moving Systems too, taking pictures, but Elner was not among them. He was definitely at Doric Towers because he's in those photographs. In fact, the driver of the van when he was arrested, Sivan Kursberg, had been spotted twice in Doric Towers, once on the 9th floor and once in the elevator on September 10th, a full day before the attacks. He was positively identified in the police photos. The witness who saw him on the elevator voluntarily interjected several times that he was certain that he saw Sivan with another man and that they were speaking a foreign language. Interestingly, Sivan tried to lie and say that he was a construction worker. The other man, who had dark hair, was not recognized in the photos. Could this man have been one of the occupants of the brown truck another witness saw parked behind the Urban Moving Systems van on 9/11? Was that truck a different style of truck from Urban Moving Systems? The FBI concluded that Urban Moving Systems was an intelligent front for the Israelis. Savan and his brother were already on the database of the counterintelligence watch list. The truck may have been from another moving company altogether. From notebooks seized during the Urban Moving Systems van arrest, phone numbers traced back to 5 other moving companies. These were whited out from the FBI report, but from other sources and a lot of deduction, these companies were Classic International Movers, Moishe Movers Company, White Glove Movers, Moving Systems Incorporated, also known as Max Movers, and Schleppers Moving and Storage. From one of the notebooks in the Dancing Israelis van, there was a number going back to Classic International Movers. Classic International Movers was believed by the Miami division of the FBI, who was investigating 9/11, to have been utilized by one of the 19 hijackers involved in the terrorist attacks. Based on information provided by the Miami division, Newark detained, initially, and interviewed 4 employees of Classic International Movers, a New Jersey-based moving company, which was believed by Miami to have been used by one of the 19 alleged hijackers involved in the terrorist attacks. All 4 employees, Israeli nationals, had served in the Israeli military and entered the U.S. from various locations in South America. Why is a 9/11 hijacker utilizing a moving company full of Israelis? Savan's name was also whited out in the report of who was witness at Doric Towers, but considering we have all their names from the police report and that Savan Kursberg has the longest name, naturally the longest whited out portion is his name. Savan had not only been spotted at Doric Towers on September 10th, but also earlier in the week in the lobby. When he was pulled over, the first words out of his mouth to police, without any provocation, was, "We are Israeli. We are not your problem. Your problems are our problems. The Palestinians are the problem." I'm not sure why Palestinians are a problem for New Jersey, but during interrogation, Savan's "where were you" answer was even sillier than Yaren's. Like Elmer, he says that they got to work at 8 a.m. That's the time they usually got there. But then his story took a nosedive. He said that after looking at the internet and taking pictures from the roof of the building, that he and blank blank left the office and were caught in heavy traffic, and sometime between 10 a.m. and noon, while attempting to return to their office, he and his friends stopped at a parking lot adjacent to an apartment building to take more photographs. Well, they certainly were not there between 10 a.m. and noon, because the South Tower fell before 10 o'clock, and all of the witnesses, plus their own photographs, placed them there hours before that. He was the second youngest of the bunch, not quite as apt at lying as his older brother. Unlike Elner, Savan does not mention getting gas. They did get gas, however, at 2:14 in the afternoon. That's confirmed by the last of the 76 photographs they took, which shows one of them with a squeegee wiping the window at a gas station. It's very unlikely that they needed gas in the morning and again at 2 in the afternoon. We don't have to really guess about when they left Urban Moving Systems and when they got to Doric. Quote, "Inconsistencies in the subject's statements prompted FBI Newark to obtain surveillance tape from an Exxon gas station located near the subject's business in an attempt to identify the van the subjects were riding in at the time of the first explosion at the World Trade Center. Identifying the van in surveillance video to be identical to the subject's van may provide insight into the exact whereabouts of the subjects during the crucial initial minutes before the World Trade Center bombing." FBI's Audiovisual and Analysis Unit, Quantico, is requested to provide enhanced photographic images of the enclosed video corresponding to the photographs provided in an effort to identify the distinctive markings of the 2 white vans. Here's the important part. Date and time of the event on the videotape is 9/11/2001, 8:29 to approximately 8:31. It should be noted that a blank was utilized to obtain the video. The first plane to hit the World Trade Center happened at 8:46. The hijacking occurred between 8:13 and 8:20, and it was known that the plane had been hijacked around 8:20. This means they left Urban Moving Systems right after the plane was hijacked, not after it hit the World Trade Center. If we give them the generous later time of 8:31, they're still at Doric by 8:33 to 8:35. And it appears they were not the only crew at that location, just the only ones stupid enough to get caught celebrating in the parking lot. And that's corroborated by the witnesses who saw the van there and then saw them celebrating there, just as the first plane hit. Sivan's brother Paul was the oldest in the group. He was in Israeli intelligence working in counterterrorism. He refused to take a polygraph test for 10 weeks and then still failed it.
Channel 4 has learnt from intelligence sources that some of the men's names were already known to American counterintelligence. Paul Kurtzberg admitted serving in an Israeli army anti-terrorist unit. He refused to take a lie detector test for 10 weeks.
Much of what he said is completely whited out. But either crucial mistakes were made or someone in the FBI intentionally left a clue. In the repetitions of reports, they forgot to white something out that had been whited out in the other reports. Paul admits that blank, 15 characters long, plus a space, selected him to attend a blank for blank, 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 for employees working outside of the country of Israel. Well, on one page, they didn't white out the term Jewish agency. The Jewish agency had selected him to attend something for employees working outside the country of Israel. Well, guess who's on the board of governors for the Jewish agency? Eitan Wertheimer, the same Israeli billionaire who suspiciously loaned through Steve C. Witkoff and Carrick's wife $250,000 to the police commissioner, who met with him in Israel just prior to 9/11 and helped cover up the events. Just like the CIA, the Mossad also financed this off-the-book operations through narcotics trafficking, and they used the mafia to distribute drugs. And in order to shield their racket, they spied on the American DEA, and this was done through the infamous Israeli art students. But first we have to talk about Omer Gravville Mamari. Mamari was the youngest of the group. He was not at Doric Towers celebrating, but he did take a couple of pictures from the roof of Urban Moving Systems. One possibly of his boss and another employee. He broke down crying several times during his interrogations. He lied, but then later admitted that he lied, and then he became cooperative. It appears he passed the second polygraph test, but even though his results were blanked out, either he passed it or it was inconclusive. The context is that he was cooperative, but that blank, who was at Doric Towers, was not, and his results have several lines blacked out. Remember, we learned that 5 of them were all in Brooklyn the day before at Kurtzberg's apartment. Funny that the day before a terrorist attack, all of them were together at a party. Mamari did not travel with or arrive with the other 4 on 9/11. He took the A train to the 126 bus and arrived at Urban Moving Systems well after 9:15. The other 4 Israelis and other employees were taking pictures on the roof. Listen, because this is key. According to the FBI's document, Blank came down and told Mamari that they are taking down the second building and that they are going to see it from the roof. At the time, Mamari believed that the authorities took down the second building to keep it from toppling over. He didn't know until he saw the TV in jail that night that this was not the case. There's a giveaway sentence that lets us start filling out blanks. We know from the police report that Sivan lived in Brooklyn. We also know that Paul and Sivan were brothers. It lets us start filling out the blanks of the other 6 FBI reports from the full field investigations. A Rosetta Stone of redactions. From that, I conclude that Shmuel was who told Mamari about the collapse, because they re-questioned Yaron after this. Any new names would have a first and last name, and that would be too long. What did he mean by, they are taking down the second building? And how would he know that? After all of this, Mamari goes around the corner to a deli. He has lunch. He has a ham sandwich. Apparently he's not very kosher. He eats, and by the time he comes back, he finds out that his boss, Dominic Suter, had dismissed everybody. So they get in a company van, and he gets in the van with Yaron, Elmer, and the Kurtzberg brothers. And they drive to another moving company, White Glove Movers. Now that is only about 10 minutes away, and yet Mamari falls asleep. Now either they didn't go directly, or they went there, and they were there for some time. Mamari claims that he was woken up at White Glove because somebody threw a bag and a pair of skis in the back of the van. They're probably not skiing in New Jersey, and who keeps skis at work unless they already knew that that was the last day? Then he says he fell asleep again and he didn't wake up until the arrest. Most likely, it was at White Glove Movers, where they passed off the video recorder which witnesses had seen, one with binoculars, because they did not have that on them when they were pulled over and arrested on Route 3. Furthermore, the Miami field office contacted the New Jersey office about another moving company whose number was in the notebooks found in the van, which they believed was utilized by one of the 9/11 hijackers. 4 men were detained from Classic International Movers. All of them were Israelis. All of them had entered the US from various different places in South America. There's a huge blank section after that. Presented with a notebook which had some numbers on it that was confiscated from the van, Mamari admitted that one of the numbers was to a Moroccan hash dealer who lived in New York. He claimed another number was actually the bank account of a girl who he owed money. Finally, a personal notebook, unknown owner, in a leather case, also contained telephone numbers blank and blank previously identified as belonging to blank, blank, and blank respectively. A search of FBI records for any references to blank and Upward Moving Systems detainee questioned in Pennsylvania revealed 2 references to a blank born blank with blank, which further identified blank as an, that's probably agent of Israel, blank. Another blank Twin Towers. Based on information provided by the Miami Division, Newark initially detained and interviewed 4 employees of Classic International Movers, a New Jersey-based moving company which was believed by Miami to have been utilized as a mover by one of the 19 alleged hijackers involved in the terrorist attacks. All 4 detained employees were identified as Israeli nationals who had blank and recently entered the U.S. from various locations in South America. One of the Classic International Movers detainees, blank born blank, was visibly disturbed by the agent's questioning regarding his personal email account, long blank. Of note is that Classic International Movers' telephone number also appeared in one of the aforementioned notebooks seized from the 5 Israelis already in detention by FBI Newark Division. These men are entering from South America. There's a number to somebody in South America with known ties to Middle Eastern terrorists. All of these moving companies are connected. This is not just some coincidence. For why would the Miami field office know about a moving company in another state? 15 of the 19 hijackers lived in South Florida, mostly in Hollywood, Florida, and the adjacent county of Fort Lauderdale. And at least 2 of them entered and stayed in hotels in Miami briefly. Several got Florida driver's license and then used that as a change of address to get duplicate license. That's an old trick used by illegal aliens all the time. By living in Florida and California, the authorities focused mainly on Mexicans and Cubans. The Israelis admitted that they knew a number to call to get a fake Florida driver's license for $400 to $500. And guess who had a Florida driver's license when he was arrested? Yaron Shmuel. And it was to Miami, no less, in southern Florida. He lived just 20 miles away from Mohammed Atta. Other Israelis lived next door to Mohammed Atta, not only to his residence, but also to his post box. We'll come back to that. They had been following Atta since he was in Germany. Sivan and Paul Kursberg lived just 3 miles away from Mohammed Atta in his cell when they were living in New York. On the FBI's suspect list, there were several Moroccans, all of whom had German addresses. Mohammed Atta's handler, Mohammed Hander Samar, who they met in Germany, was arrested in Morocco, a partner of the Safari Club. America's top cop, Bernard Carrick. A passport of an al-Qaeda hijacker, Satam al-Sakami, was found at Ground Zero. What are the odds? Not impossible, but very, very improbable. It was passed to the police commissioner, Bernard Carrick, who was later convicted and sent to jail for fraud, tax evasion, and conspiracy. He pleaded guilty to 8 different felonies. Being a top cop, he didn't ask the person for their identity or questioned them. He just accepted the passport and the man disappeared. How professional. Maybe he just had it on him the whole time.
A man who was once President Bush's pick to run the Department of Homeland Security has been sent to jail just days before his trial is due to begin on corruption charges. A federal judge has accused Bernard Kerik, the former New York police commissioner, of leaking sealed information to the trustee of Kerik's legal defense fund. The reason, according to the judge, to get into the press in hopes of contaminating witness testimony and tainting the jury pool. The 54-year-old is accused of accepting apartment renovations from a construction company in exchange for recommending the company for city contracts.
This is a man who took bribes from organized crime in exchange for sending money in construction projects. He also got fat payments for his own dwellings. Frank DeTomasos is on film beating Larry Ray, an FBI witness in Kerik's case, with brass knuckles in a hotel. He fractured his skull and gave him neurological problems. But don't feel bad for Ray. Despite being the best man at Kerik's wedding of his third wife, Ray turned on him after being indicted for racketeering. Besides Frankie D beating him up in the Hudson Hotel bar, Larry, who operated a sex cult, got some official punishment in 2022 when he was finally sentenced to 60 years for extortion, forced prostitution, and forced labor. The guy could give Joel Greenberg a run for his money in terms of stupidity. For more on the New Jersey, New York organized crime scene, see my film Trump's Sinus Ball and Chain. DeTomaso's firm Interstate Mineral Corp provided $165,000 in free apartment renovations to Kerik, who later admitted that it was a bribe. Frank and his brother Peter bought Interstate Mineral Corp from two major Gambino crime syndicate family figures, Salvatore Sammy the Bull Gravano's brother-in-law, Edward Garlofola, and Michael Mickey Scars Di Leonardo. So where was Kerik before 9/11? Well, in August 2001, weeks before the attack, he was in Israel. He was getting a $250,000 loan from an Israeli businessman. The indictment listed the Israelis as John Doe 7 and John Doe 8, but further investigations revealed that the industry man was Eitan Wertheimer, an Israeli billionaire. He was the founder of Iskar. In reality, his dad, Steph Wertheimer, was the actual founder, but whatever. It's a company that specializes in cutting metals. Kerik also got a $28,000 loan from Nathan Berman, a real estate developer and partner of Larry Silverstein. More on him later. As mentioned earlier, Wertheimer was on the board of governors of the Jewish Agency, the outfit that sent the dancing Israelis to New York. The other man was Shimon Cohen, who acted as a middleman. Eitan gave the money to Cohen, who wrote a check for Kerik's wife. Good thing she didn't know about Bernard Kerik's affair with Judith Reagan yet. Bernard Kerik gave laminated honorary police commissioner badges to Cohen and to Wertheimer, and another individual who was revealed to be John Doe number 5 in the indictment, Steve C. Witkoff. Witkoff gave his assistance to a Russian mobster, Anatoly Golubchik, who got a recommendation from Witkoff so that he could come live in a condominium building off of Madison Avenue. A couple years later, Anatoly was back in jail, involved in a huge ring concerning online gambling worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The operation was run out of Trump Tower. Anatoly also owned a Trump condo in Sunny Isles Beach. Trump sold a unit to a billionaire Russian oligarch, Oleg Boyko, who sold it to a U.S.-Israeli dual citizen named Vadim Trenchner for $5 million. Golubchik was an enforcer and also a business partner of Trencher's in several other ventures. They donated generously to hardline Israeli firsters John McCain and Lindsey Graham. Steve Witkoff, a New York real estate developer, somehow would later become Donald Trump's special envoy to the Middle East. It's great to know that your police commissioner works with fellows in the mob and takes bribes. But just what was he doing in Israel? And how come the loan from Eitan wasn't direct, didn't have terms, and had this roundabout way of going through a middleman and then through to his wife and then to him? Exactly what were they trying to hide? Carrick later would be the one when answering questions with Rudolph Giuliani, who he was a bodyguard for, that would keep getting deferred to anytime anybody mentioned anything about the Israelis busted in a van celebrating, or the van that was packed with bombs near the George Washington Bridge. Giuliani was very clever, though. He never answered any of those questions directly. Every time that it came up, he turned around behind him and had Carrick come to the microphone.
Mayor, do you know anything about the report about the possible explosives that were found in New Jersey?
Yeah, I think the police commissioner was able to get information about that. I just got a confirmation from the chief of detectives. He's reached out to the FBI. They have confirmed that someone has been stopped in New Jersey, 3 men in a van. However, there was no explosives in the van.
Carrick would admit the arrest but deny the explosives found. Of course, it's hard to trust somebody who's getting $500,000 worth of loans from the mob and Israeli businessmen that we know of. What prompted their arrest then? And if it was just a normal arrest with no explosives, then why was the police report redacted?
All right, they're being held for questioning.
Where in New Jersey? You know?
I can't say yet.
Okay.
Why do you think they're connected with this?
We can't tell at this point. It's between the FBI and the Port Authority.
Where did those rumors come from, or why did that begin to circulate?
I can't tell you.
This van, which had been pulled over at 10:45 p.m., should not be confused with the van containing 5 Israelis, which was pulled over at 3:56 p.m. They are 2 separate vans. However, the dancer's van also had traces of explosives. The reporters are asking about the George Washington Bridge van and the story about the explosives because it had been reported on by major news networks. Carrick, who has more than one tie to Israeli money, simply lied. He would go on to be appointed to the Interior Minister of the Iraqi Coalition Provisional Authority. And best of all, George Bush chose him to replace Tom Ridge as the head of the Department of Homeland Security. But Carrick withdrew over the minor issue of having an illegal alien for a nanny. He would end up in jail for 4 years over his 2 counts of tax fraud and 6 other felonies. And in 2020, Trump gave Carrick a pardon. There were another pair of Israelis who were pulled over twice in Pennsylvania. Once was the day before and once was the day after 9/11. The first time was for breaking traffic rules. The second time was because they were in an urban moving systems vehicle. On 9/12/2001, the same truck was again spotted while traveling eastbound in Pennsylvania. Blank and blank, the same Israeli nationals identified earlier, were detained. During questioning by the Pennsylvania State Police, the Israelis advised that they weren't in New York on 9/11/2001. A gasoline purchase receipt recovered by the PA police seemed to contradict their claim in that the receipt dated 9/11/2001 was for gasoline purchased in New Jersey. And both had Florida driver's license, both from Miami, and after a long blanked out section, we have another truck pulled over on 9/11, also in Pennsylvania, at the request of the Newark Division. Blank inspected the vehicle and determined that the vehicle's 2 occupants, blank and blank, both identified as Israeli nationals, were on their way to Columbus, Ohio. When Newark later questioned Blank of Urban Movie Systems about the vehicle's presence in Pennsylvania, he could not offer an explanation. Well, I have an explanation. Stay tuned. The dancing Israelis would be detained for 71 days until Israeli pressure had them released. They were released January 2002 and then got deported from the U.S.
The men were held for 71 days. They were repeatedly interrogated. They were, they repeatedly failed lie detector tests. And then after those 71 days was up, they were sent home, apparently under pressure or because of pressure brought by the Israeli government and by certain players in the U.S. government, and the story sort of disappeared from there.
In classic Israeli style, they tried to play the victims. Sites like 9/11 Myths point out that the Israelis sued the U.S. for mistreatment in jail. Quote, from 9/11 Myths, bringing the case at all is hardly what you'd expect if these were really Mossad agents somehow connected to 9/11. Oh, I agree. That's the last thing you'd want is a public trial. 9/11 Myths then acts like they don't know what happened to the case, and yet we do know. However, they never made an update. The dancing Israeli's lawyer was high profile. It was none other than Nitzana Darshan Leitner, a gap-toothed Zionist harpy influenced by the witch-hunting SPLC. The entire lawsuit was a public relations stunt. The case was dropped because the plaintiffs failed to serve the defendants properly despite being given plenty of time to do so and chances to do so. All they had to do was mail a certified letter from the post office, and yet they didn't do it, which means they were never really serious and never really wanted to go to court. Nitzana Darshan Leitner pulled the same intimidation stunt when she sued President Jimmy Carter in 2011 for $5 million over his book, Palestine, Peace Not Apartheid. They claimed it internationally misrepresented historical facts. It doesn't. Her case was dropped because it was never serious. She never served in papers. In regards to the Israelis who celebrated 9/11, she said, "The infamous arrest of the young Israelis on 9/11 has been used by anti-Semites worldwide as proof of Israel's involvement in the World Trade Center attack. Our clients are seeking compensation for the harm they suffered at the MDC by prison officials. In addition, the lawsuit will serve as an important public forum to debunk the lie that Israel or the Mossad was behind 9/11 terrorist attacks. It will show that there was no Jewish conspiracy as the Arab world continues to claim and put an end to this racist blood libel." First of all, no one said it was a Jewish conspiracy. That's her own straw man. Secondly, there was no public forum to debunk anything about the arrest because the lawsuit was a farce from day one. It never had a chance because they never actually served papers.
When you hear their story, you start even to believe it inside. Okay, maybe I'm a spy. I'm sure that I'm not, but the story is so good, so maybe I am. Good.
Oh, we're to believe that a pair of high-level Israeli lawyers are that incompetent. Robert Joseph Tolchin, the other lawyer in the case, is the same Zionist zealot who tried to declare that the BDS movement is illegal. It's not. No one can accuse them for lack of chutzpah. What did the non-Jewish employees have to say about Urban Moving Systems and its owner, Dominic Suter? A former employee stated that the Israelis of Urban Moving Systems had remarked, "Give us 20 years and we'll take over your media and destroy your country." Another employee stated that he was paid under the table and that he earned $10 an hour. The other helpers all seemed to be Russians, Hungarians, and Israelis. They always spoke Hebrew in his presence. He also advised that these other foreign nationals and blank of the company, blank, had frequent meetings in the company office, and he and the other non-Jewish employees were never invited to join them. Somehow I doubt these were Jewish-only furniture moving strategy meetings. Blank further advised that he was not surprised that Blank is in some sort of trouble with the authorities because he has always spoken badly about the United States. Another employee at the company quit because their boss was so anti-American. If 4 of the 5 Israelis drove to work that morning together, then why are they taking a company car to go home? Did they just leave their car there? Or did they have personal access to a company van from the night before? Why did one of the cameras have the date rewound 15 hours to the day before? Were they trying to hide something? Why did they even have such expensive cameras at work with them at a moving company where they could be broken? Why does such a small moving company have 16 different computer hard drives? From their phone records, it is clear that they did get a call off as they were being pulled over because the final call on one of the cell phones is 3:56 p.m., the exact same time they were arrested. This was probably to their boss, Dominic Suter, who properly freaked out too. He just abandoned the warehouse, leaving people's furniture there stranded. Dominic Suter and his wife, Ornette Livingston Suter, fled to Israel. The FBI's official list of 9/11 suspects lists both of them alongside names like Mohammed Atta, Khaled Sheikh Mohammed, and Osama bin Laden. when Justin Raimondo of antiwar.com simply linked to an already publicly available list, the government started spying on him and his employer. Isn't it great to know the empire spends America's money protecting a cover-up and spying on muckrakers and throwing whistleblowers in jail? Dominic Suter is the man who got a $500,000 loan just prior to 9/11 and only for that year. And the FBI listed him as an official suspect in 9/11. From looking into Suter's financial records, we found that not only did the Mossad get him the loans for urban moving systems, but also Aero trucks, all of which were used in the 9/11 attacks. This event, damning as it is, has had a Lewinsky-style distraction effect, pulling attention away from the far more damning van stopped near the George Washington Bridge, packed with explosives. Aside from eyewitnesses, the van bomb and arrest were reported by ABC News, CBS News, CNN, Haaretz, the Jerusalem Post, Fox News, USA Today, the Wall Street Journal, Army Radio, several New Jersey papers, and the police themselves. Urban Moving Systems was only one of several fronts working that day, which also had prior access to the towers. These were not the only two sets of vans stopped on 9/11. There's also an emergency 911 telephone call reporting that Palestinian bomb makers in a white van were headed for the Holland Tunnel. And unless they had a flag or something, I'm not sure how the caller would be able to tell if they were Palestinian or not. The caller, using poor English, said, "I see them at the airport mixing something, and they were dressed like sheiks, dressed like an Arab." This would fit well with the propaganda aired later in the day of dancing Palestinians allegedly celebrating the attacks of 9/11, which turned out to be a false tape. Of course, the only people driving around in vans for intelligence agencies who were actually celebrating the attacks and were caught dancing were Israelis, and the first words out of the driver's mouth were, "We are Israeli, we are not your problem are our problems, the Palestinians are the problem." Apparently, this idiot hadn't put it together that the plan hadn't worked out as smoothly as they had hoped. Glenn Ford also spotted another van with two individuals speaking Hebrew and taking pictures of the towers. The van must have been in the park before or just after the towers were hit, because the park was closed after the first tower was hit. It was one of the only vehicles remaining in the park. The two men lied and said they were Polish. They were using very expensive cameras. Glenn informed them that he was a reporter. "Oh, we are too," one of the men exclaimed, showing him a New Jersey press pass that was the wrong color. Laughing, he admitted that they were phony, but said, "They're easy to make." Why would they laugh and say fake press passes are easy to make, as if it was something they did all the time? Why lie about their ethnicity and their occupation? Must have been a little nervous. It's like they didn't want anyone to know they were documenting 9/11. They're all over New York and New Jersey documenting 9/11. They're working for front companies flagged by the FBI. They have members already known to U.S. counterintelligence. They're witness in position before the first plane arrived, and they're celebrating the attack. And then journalists publishing the 9/11 suspect list involving Israel get investigated. An FBI whistleblower has a gag order placed on her, and others are blanket banned for even going near this. And it's about to get a lot worse. Israelis arrested on 9/11 who were driving around in vans that were a front for the Mossad were detained and interrogated. They all failed their polygraph test. However, they were released and deported back to Israel and left alone. Former FBI translator and whistleblower Sibel Edmonds uncovered condemning foreknowledge of the 9/11 attacks that was missed by the FBI. Of course, this is not hard to miss when you're not even looking. Rather than investigating her findings, her superiors at the FBI Washington field office covered it up, and she was released. One document in particular of recorded conversations she uncovered shed more light on the full scale of the September 11th attack in New York. In July of 2001, 2 months before 9/11, suspects were having blueprints of skyscrapers sent by courier to an obscure region west of Baluchistan. Not only blueprints for skyscrapers, but also building and bridge plans with composites. The details are in her book, Classified Woman. Not only were they interested in the buildings, but also a bridge. This fits with the people who had fake passes in the World Trade Centers, as well as those who were in a van full of bombs near the George Washington Bridge. Fortunately, since the cops knew what type of vans to look for, the George Washington Bridge wasn't blown. It is also similar to the botched 1993 World Trade Center bombing, which consisted of a truck bomb at the towers and a plan to blow up the Holland Tunnel. Funny how no one on the day of 9/11 thought of bringing up the 1993 attackers who allegedly were solely responsible for the last World Trade Center bombing. Instead, the press compared it to Pearl Harbor and knew almost immediately that it was Osama bin Laden. Anthrax was also stolen from Fort Detrick just months before the 1993 attack, the same lab that had missing anthrax during the 2001 attacks. And Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the mastermind of 9/11, was the uncle of Ramzi Youssef, the ringleader of the 93 bombings. Ramzi escaped, but let's not ignore the long relationship between Sunni extremists and the CIA, or how the FBI botched their supposed sting operation, which they never showed up for, even when they had an informant in the group, or how the handler from the Mossad, Josie Hadass, whose apartment address for the Ryder truck used in the bombing in 1993, simply fled back to Israel. Neocons Lori Milroy of the American Enterprise Institute, Judith Miller, and Paul Wolfowitz all tried to blame the 1993 attack on Iraq as well.
I learned that Iraq was behind that bombing, which was an attempt to topple New York's tallest tower onto its twin, and that in fact Iraq has been involved in a campaign of terrorism, which is more like war. And in my view, yesterday's events were the latest step in Saddam's war against the United States.
They just swiped 1993 under the rug. After Youssef fled to Pakistan, he would go on a terror spree that included the bombing of a Shiite shrine in Mashhad, Iran, in which 26 people were killed. He later moved on to the Philippines and planted a bomb on a plane en route to Japan, killing one person. His big plot was the Bojinka plot, which was going to blow up 11 airliners and crash a plane into the CIA headquarters in Virginia. It's hard to know where to start on 9/11. There are so many things wrong with the "we got attacked out of the blue because they hate us for our freedom" ignorance. Lying about why someone would want to attack the US is bad enough, but then listen to the story about who allegedly attacked the United States. The media quickly said it was 19 Muslim guys motivated by a religious belief in 72 virgins, led by a bearded guy in a high-tech cave in Afghanistan. And they conveniently left a list of all their plans and names on it in 2 bags from the ringleader that just so happened to be unchecked. What are the odds? And then there were not 1, but 3 discovered passports. Sure. One was of Flight 93 hijacker and alleged pilot Ziad Al-Jarrah, whose passport is about the only evidence implicating that Al-Jarrah was actually on the flight. None of the calls made on the plane mention him. All mention 3 hijackers, not 4. They also say that they had knives, not box cutters. This is backed up forensically too by the debris collected at the crash site. Al-Jarrah is supposed to be the pilot, and if you image search or wiki the hijackers, he is still listed as such. But from the cockpit recorder, which was played for the Zachariah Moussaoui trial, the 20th hijacker, as well as from the public transcripts, even the other hijackers refer to the person flying the plane as Saeed Al-Ghamdi. Certainly, they would know who was flying the plane. Al-Jarrah is an interesting character. Post 9/11, not 1, but 2 of his first cousins, Ali al-Jarrah and Youssef al-Jarrah, were busted in Lebanon as Israeli spies. An Al-Qaeda pilot has family not only working for Israel, but working in Israeli espionage. It was only months after 9/11 that Israel was caught with a fake Al-Qaeda cell trying to recruit terrorists. Israeli espionage agents also lived next door to 9/11 hijackers when they were in Hamburg as well as in Florida. They lived right next door to Mohammed Atta. The CIA can't explain what they were doing domestically in the US if they're caught, since they're not supposed to be there, but a foreign intelligence agency can. Interesting side note about the Hamburg cell. There was a man named Sadek Walid Awad who was an associate of some other fellows in Al-Qaeda as well as the hijackers in the Hamburg cell. These three guys bought Osama bin Laden a boat, for example. But in the public trial in 2001 with his buddy, Wadi al-Haq identified him as an Iraqi Al-Qaeda operative with a German and an Israeli passport. Just like Oded Elner, the dancing Israeli. Why does an Al-Qaeda operative have an Israeli passport? Al-Jarrah, too, did not live with the other hijackers, but near them, and in their final days, he did not stay with the rest of them in a hotel in Maryland. Rather, he stayed alone in a hotel near them. Did Israel have moles inside of Al-Qaeda cells who bailed at the last moment of the operation? Could his passport have been planted? Maybe not, we don't know. Maybe he was just weirdly quiet and invisible and not in the mood to be the pilot on that day. But what we do know is that two men were pulled over in an urban moving systems van just 2.5 miles away from the Shanksville crash. They'd driven all the way from New Jersey, supposedly for a move, but their story made no sense. Urban Moving Systems was a front for Israeli intelligence who had employees who were caught celebrating the attacks of September 11th in New York. Some 9/11 misdirection gurus want to act like the phone calls were fake and that there was no debris. Some go as far as saying there were no planes at all. Maybe they don't want you to know that a 9/11 hijacker had first cousins in Israeli espionage and an uncle who was a politician. The information from the airphones is key. It's from a stewardess talking about what their seat numbers were that agents were able to figure out what their names were and who they were immediately. Airphones are designed to make calls from airplanes. You don't have to rely on 2001 cell phones. They don't want you to acknowledge this because the airphone calls from the passengers, let's roll and all, only state that there were 3 hijackers. Al-Jarrah doesn't even say Allah Akbar or anything near the end, and they are calling out Al-Ghamdi's name, saying up, up, down, down, shake the plane, trying to shake off the passengers who were storming the cockpit. And yes, that is how it crashed. It was not hit by a missile in the air. 9/11 charlatans will say anything to kookify the event and divert you away from the evidence pointing back to Israeli and Saudi Arabian intelligence. 9/11 was not a job by 20 guys hatched out of a cave. Top U.S. officials have refused to investigate suspects and classified information that revealed the involvement of foreign governments. Someone was shielding the hijackers. Someone was assisting them with financial and operational support. Top brass intentionally blocked the FBI's attempt to investigate members of the hijacker cells. When John O'Neill, the man who helped capture Ramzi Youssef of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, forced through an arrangement where the FBI had an agent in Alex Station who could share intel with the FBI, this agent had seniority, but he got cancer and was replaced by agents without seniority or the authority to divulge classified material. They also lied about sharing info about multi-intra visas with foreign intelligence agencies and claimed that Midhar's visa info had been shared with the FBI when it indeed had not. The question is, did the privateers double-cross the U.S. in a form of blowback, or was it jointly planned? It was planned and assisted. Not only were the bagmen involved in the operation protected, the hijackers themselves were relocated 2 steps ahead of the FBI, thanks to Israeli phone taps and monitoring not only of the feds, but the hijackers themselves.
Some of these Israelis were spying on Arabs in this country and may have turned up information on the planned terrorist attacks back in September that was not passed on. Tonight, in the second of 4 reports on spying by Israelis in the U.S., we learn about an Israeli-based private communications company for whom a half dozen of those 60 detained suspects worked. American investigators fear information generated by this firm may have fallen into the wrong hands and had the effect of impeding the September 11th terror inquiry. Here's Carl Cameron's second report.
Fox News has learned that some American terrorism investigators fear certain suspects in the September 11th attacks may have managed to stay ahead of them by knowing who and when investigators are calling on the telephone.
The Israeli art students. Over 200 Israelis were arrested and deported in 2001 in what could be the worst and most aggressive case of espionage in the U.S. since Jonathan Pollard. They were visiting federal buildings, mostly the DEA offices. None of them were really art students, and they lied about their credentials.
Fox News has learned some U.S. investigators believe that there are Israelis again very much engaged in spying in and on the U.S., who may have known things they didn't tell us before September 11th.
The first part of the investigation focuses on Israelis who say they are art students from the University of Jerusalem and Bezalel Academy. They repeatedly made contact with U.S. government personnel, the report says, by saying they wanted to sell cheap art or handiwork. Documents say they, quote, targeted and penetrated military bases, the DEA, FBI, and dozens of other government facilities, and even secret offices and unlisted private homes of law enforcement and intelligence personnel. The majority of those questioned, quote, stated they served in military intelligence, electronic surveillance intercept, and/or explosive ordnance units. A General Accounting Office investigation referred to Israel as Country A and said, quote, according to a U.S. intelligence agency, the government of Country A conducts the most aggressive espionage operation against the U.S. of any U.S. ally.
Gee, who would want information on the Drug Enforcement Agency? Probably drug smugglers. Israelis were busted in Los Angeles and New York with $40 million worth of MDMA or ecstasy in each city. That's 2,192 pounds of ecstasy pills. The fake art students worked in cells with team leaders. Curiously, they even spied on DEA offices and home addresses, which were unlisted. Just like the CIA, the Mossad also uses off-the-books finances from illegal narcotic sales, so they can fund sensitive covert operations with plausible deniability. But why suddenly were they rounded up en masse right after 9/11?
Carl, what about this question of advanced knowledge of what was going to happen on 9/11? How clear are investigators that some Israeli agents may have known something?
Well, it's very explosive information, obviously, and there's a great deal of evidence that they say they have collected, none of it necessarily conclusive. It's more when they put it all together. A bigger question, they say, is how could they not have known? Almost a direct quote, Brett.
Yeah, this going to the fact that they were spying on some Arabs, right?
Correct.
Because rather than starting from scratch, Israel expanded upon a pre-existing structure already spying on law enforcement for the drug ring to monitor and protect al-Qaeda operatives from local law enforcement. Amdocs, fake Israeli art students, and fake Israeli moving companies abetted the 9/11 hijackers and their associates. The art students started raising much bigger red flags when a cell leader was caught in Hollywood, Florida. His name was Hanan Sarfati. His financial transactions showed that he deposited $93,252 and withdrew $86,000 in a period of 2 months. He was living next door to Mohammed Atta and 4 other hijackers, and he rented another place just 900 yards away from Atta's postbox. His roommate, Uzi Bohadada, was arrested in Mississippi 3 days after 9/11. Their address was 701 South 21st Avenue, Unit 201, Hollywood, Florida. Uzi got his jaw broken in jail for mouthing off about America.
Investigators suspect that the Israelis may have gathered intelligence about the attacks in advance. and not shared it. A highly placed investigator said there are, quote, tie-ins, but when asked for details, he flatly refused to describe them, saying, quote, evidence linking these Israelis to 911 is classified. I cannot tell you about evidence that has been gathered. It's classified information.
Israelis spied on local law enforcement as well as the DEA to protect their massive narcotics ring. Orlando's DEA linked telephone numbers from the art students to ongoing investigations into a massive MDMA ring. One reason was that they already had a cell in there for their own illegal ecstasy peddling operation. And then instead of creating a brand new outfit, why not just branch out from the one that's already deep inside and spy on these Arab hijackers?
Yeah, and their associates too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is huge. And, I'm glad we're talking about it. And it's about not just about the dancing Israelis. Everybody talks about the dancing Israelis.
We've talked about them too, but this is a separate thing.
Yeah. So we're talking about the Shea Memorandum. And what is the Shea Memorandum? Well, it was actually a document prepared by Gerald Shea, who's a retired San Obispo international corporate lawyer, who wrote a huge detailed memorandum. Also, by the way, this is the only comprehensive document that we have that's unredacted that shows this enormous foreign intelligence ring operating inside the United States. We have no other documentation. And that's only because I think that the Israelis were working on their own outside the CIA and Saudis. I'm speculating on that. Maybe they were working with them and that they branched off and didn't share a lot of information because there's very little information besides, what we have with the redacted reports of the FBI. But the Shea Memorandum is huge because it actually names names. And Gerald Shea, what he did was basically on his own dime, run an independent investigation on all the police reports from the Southwest to Northeast regarding all these Israeli intelligence rings that were operating as art student rings. And basically, he gave this document to the National Commission on Terrorist Attacks, known as the 9/11 Commission, and the Senate and House Committees on Intelligence, as well as the Joint House Inquiry. And they basically ignored it. Boom. Ignored it.
The DEA groups were cells of 8 to 10 people, and they had an octopus structure. One would be the money distributor, like Serfati. Pairs would go out to sell art and film buildings. Pairs would be the drivers doing pickup and delivery of the fake art students, and pairs would do electronic eavesdropping from moving vans. The NSA gave the FBI multiple warnings.
But it is virtually impossible to make a call on normal phones without generating an Amdocs record of it. In recent years, the FBI and other government agencies have investigated Amdocs more than once. The firm has repeatedly and adamantly denied any security breaches or wrongdoing. But sources tell Fox News that in 1999, the super-secret National Security Agency, headquartered in Northern Maryland, issued what's called a top-secret, sensitive, compartmentalized information report, TSSCI, warning that records of calls in the United States were getting into foreign hands, in Israel in particular. Fox News has learned that the NSA has held numerous classified conferences to warn the FBI and CIA how Amdocs records could be used. At one NSA briefing, a diagram by the Argonne National Lab was used to show that if the phone records are not secure, major security breaches are possible. Another briefing document said, quote, "It has become increasingly apparent that systems and networks are vulnerable. Such crimes always involve unauthorized persons or persons who exceed their authorization, acting on exploitable vulnerabilities. Those vulnerabilities are growing because, according to another briefing, the U.S. relies too much on foreign companies like Amdocs for high-tech equipment and software. Quote, many factors have led to increased dependence on code developed overseas. We buy rather than train or develop solutions."
Itay Simon and Michael Kalmanovic were cell leaders. Kalmanovic was a recently discharged electronic interceptor operator for the Israeli military. He rented apartments for 25 different Israeli operatives. Simone was a liaison between the DEA group and a group in Israel. Selling art door to door was a ploy to get visas so that agents could flood the country. Itay Simon used this for at least 5 individuals brought over from Israel. Simone and Kalmanovic were held on $50,000 bond by INS, and someone posted it for them. Lihor Baram was a former intelligence officer, as was Marina Gilkman, Shay Ashkenazi, and Dilka Bornstein. Toma Ben-Dor was arrested in Rutherford, where both the dancing Israelis were arrested and where Nice Systems has its headquarters. He was an employee of Nice Systems Limited, an Israeli company specializing in systems and solutions for detecting, locating, monitoring, evaluating, and analyzing voice communications and other transmissions for a variety of sources, activities commonly known as wiretapping and electronic eavesdropping. Aaron Ofek was the son of a two-star Israeli general. Michael Gal got a $10,000 bail paid by an Amdocs employee, Ophir Bear. What is Amdocs?
Israeli-based company called Amdocs that generates the computerized records and billing data for nearly every phone call made in America. As Carl Cameron reported, U.S. investigators digging into the 9/11 terrorist attacks fear that suspects may have been tipped off to what they were doing by information leaking out of Amdocs.
There are a lot of names and addresses and dates in the art student files to cross-check. You can see that their leaders had al-Qaeda counterparts who they mirrored in travel. Yaron Shmuel, yes, the same explosive expert witnessed celebrating 9/11 at Doric Towers. Employees of Classic International Movers and Urban Moving Systems were making trips back and forth to South Florida from New Jersey and New York. Some even lived there in Florida. Israel had foreknowledge of 9/11 because they assisted it. They protected the al-Qaeda cells from the feds and even gave them logistical support. This is why they were celebrating. Phase 2, as John McCain admitted, was Iraq.
The second phase is Iraq. There is some indication, and I don't have the conclusions, but some of this anthrax may, and I emphasize may, have come from Iraq.
The authorities that got wind of this were afraid to talk about it.
But the complaint about this system is that the wiretap computer programs made by Converse have in effect a back door through which wiretaps themselves can be intercepted by unauthorized parties. Adding to the suspicions is the fact that in Israel, Converse works closely with the Israeli government and under special programs gets reimbursed for up to 50% of its research and development costs by the Israeli Ministry of Industry and Trade. But investigators within the DEA, INS, and FBI have all told Fox News that to pursue or even suggest Israeli spying through Converse is considered career suicide.
6 of the students were apparently carrying cell phones purchased by a former Israeli vice consul to the United States. According to Le Monde, 2 of the students had traveled from Hamburg to Miami to visit an FBI agent at his home, then boarded a flight to Chicago and visited the home of a Justice Department agent, then hopped on a direct flight to Toronto, all in one day. Nobody does that without state assistance. A high-level intelligence agent codenamed Stability laid out his Victor Victoria scenario to Christopher Ketchum, who was then working for Salon. If Israeli agents wanted to, let's say, monitor al-Qaeda members in Florida and other states, but they feared detection, they might provide cover and also create a dazzling Byzantine story that would confuse the situation. Israeli intel flooded areas of real operations with these bumbling art students who were told to deliberately stake out DEA agents. What we have here is a situation where foreign intelligence is shielding terrorists from local authorities.
And what troubles investigators most, particularly in New York in the counterterrorism investigation of the World Trade Center attack, is that on a number of cases, suspects that they had sought to wiretap and surveil immediately changed their telecommunications processes. They started acting much differently as soon as those supposedly secret wiretaps went into place. Brett?
Both the 1993 World Trade Center bombings, as well as the 7/7 bombings in London, the Oklahoma City bombing, and the 9/11 attacks were of the provocateuring variety, where a rather benign yet legit terrorist group covertly received state assistance, and yet 100% of the blame in the aftermath. The targets in 9/11 were not random symbols of freedom. These terrorists had legitimate political grievances to point to and stated as much. That doesn't make murdering civilians a legit response. but the US has been murdering civilians in the Middle East for decades. Blowback is inevitable, but it's not unintentional. The military-industrial Zio complex counts on it. Nothing hurts your position more than a moron arguing on your behalf. Future head of the Department of Homeland Security, Michael Chertoff, who at the time ran the Department of Justice's Criminal Investigation Division, had dozens of the Israelis who were arrested on 9/11, including those filming and celebrating the attacks and driving around in vehicles that acted as a front for the Mossad, deported back for simple visa violations. Chertoff was the co-author of the U.S. Patriot Act, totalitarian legislation pushed through Congress under the threat of anthrax. Michael Chertoff is the product of his hardline Zionist family. His mother, born in Palestine, now Israel, was a participant in the intelligence operation Magic Carpet. His father was a Zionist rabbi, as was his uncle, and his wife is a leader in the Anti-Defamation League. Also the son of a rabbi, but unknown if they are related, is Benjamin Chertoff. Benjamin Chertoff was the editor of the magazine Popular Mechanics, the main neocon go-to source to explain 9/11's physics and promote the solo fire propaganda. They made that appear plausible by positioning the alternative as the bomb on every floor people. The case for covert state assistance for Al-Qaeda and U.S. complicity for 9/11 doesn't require any physics, but truthers focus exclusively on physics and not in a very good way. They dropped $300,000 for an Alaska study that had a computer model where beams passed right through each other like ghosts. They ranted on and on about the soft nose cone of a Boeing smashing through 6 reinforced walls of the Pentagon when the lower floor only has 2 walls. And of course, they will say Building 7 didn't kill itself. Here is a picture of Building 5, 6, and 7. Yes, these were not hit by a plane, but they were hit by another building. They set the bar too high, because they're not saying that fire didn't take down the building, they're saying it couldn't take down the building. They also say it never happened before or since. It happened to Building 5 and 6 that day. And it's happened since. Nothing they say is true. Fire absolutely can take down a building, and will, especially if it's left unattended. Claims that jet fuel can't melt steel beams are ignorant statements. Steel loses half its tensile strength way before its melting point. At only 600 degrees Celsius, it is reduced to just 40% of its strength. Indoor fires without any jet fuel at all have gas temperatures that high and flame temperatures of 900 degrees Celsius to 1200 degrees Celsius. Steel loses 90% of its strength at only 800 degrees Celsius. It is going to drop its load long before it reaches its melting point.
This is a piece of half-inch thick steel, 836 structural steel designed for structures. This is a 250-pound anvil. I'm going to put this steel in the back of this anvil, and I'm going to lift this 250-pound anvil with this bar of steel. Do you see how the structural steel is supporting this anvil? Okay. There. Now, in my furnace, I have an identical piece of half-inch bar of steel, just like this. And it's going to be around 1800 degrees, just 300 more than jet fuel, when it comes out. And I want you to see something very interesting. Go into the forge. It's very hot, but not melted. Obviously, it is not melted. I put this in the anvil. Now watch this. I'm going to take my pinky finger. My pinky finger, half-inch solid steel. Check it out. It's a freaking noodle. Your argument is invalid. Get over it. Find a job.
I can see the AE 9/11 kooks who also deny airplanes hitting the Pentagon about to hyperventilate. What about this molten steel or the 45-degree cuts or in this picture of the beams? Okay, it's not molten steel, it's molten metal, And no, you cannot judge that by its color, as almost all things burn orange-yellow, including aluminum when it's mixed with debris. And the 45-degree cuts you're looking at were done by the fire department on purpose after the collapse to move the steel beams, which did not dustify. I hate defending a guy like Silverstein, who is a close friend of Netanyahu, but claiming pull it is an industry term to demolish a building, or being shocked that anyone would get terrorism insurance on buildings that had been attacked by terrorists in 1993 is just dumb. Full context of what Larry said was,
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. And I said, you know, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
"We already had so much loss of life" refers to the 343 firemen who died from the collapse of the Twin Towers. The "it" in pull it is referring to the firefighting operation. That's why he is talking to the fire department commander and is reacting to him saying they're not sure if they can contain it. All it means is they pulled their men out of the building and just let it go. Fighting it wasn't worth the risk of further loss of life. We've seen airplanes and possibly truck bombs, but what about the other explosions higher up in the tower? This notion of a bomb on every floor is preposterous. It's unnecessary, high risk, and nearly impossible to do in an active building. But one could sabotage the fire prevention systems by breaking the relay pumps inside the building, which would ensure maximum damage from fire.
Explosion that was in the World Trade Center at about 8:46 a.m. in the morning. The explosion came from, I believe, at first we believed that it came from the mechanical room.
Just because some morons made bad arguments about a thing doesn't mean there's no independent merit. Questioning the collapse is worth doing, especially when the news announced the collapses prematurely, not only on the infamous BBC report, but also on American news.
Mark, Alan Dodd-Frank joins us on the phone in Lower Manhattan. Alan?
Aaron, just 2 or 3 minutes ago, there was yet another collapse or explosion. I'm now out of sight. A Good Samaritan has taken me in on Duane Street. But at 11:15, there was another collapse or explosion following the 10:30 collapse of the second tower. And a firefighter who rushed by us estimated that 50 stories went down. The street filled with smoke. It was like a forest fire roaring down a canyon. Now, as I think Patty Sabg and others have told you, all of Manhattan is covered, downtown Manhattan is covered with thick white ash and building material. The ambulances have been coming now from as far as Long Island. All the rescue workers are being equipped with gas or face filter masks, and firefighters have been arriving even by pickup truck. Very difficult. Otherwise, the streets are now deserted.
Even though fire can collapse a building, and it's important to admit that, that doesn't mean it did collapse the building, at least not alone. As you will see, the fires didn't act alone. The fire prevention systems had been sabotaged. A good place to start would be the men arrested for fake IDs that granted them access to the Twin Towers, supposedly to fix sprinkler systems and upgrade internet cables, especially when the company they claimed to work for had no authenticity.
You have any sense at all, have you heard anything even anecdotally from the cops about how many people managed to get out of the building before they collapsed?
No, absolutely not. But there's also, I don't know if it was the case now, but I do know that one of the towers had a major elevator that went all the way to the top that was malfunctioning and has been malfunctioning for at least a month. They've been having a lot of trouble with that.
Aside from the elevator workers of the oddly chronically broken elevators and the Israeli movers contracted by Zim Shipping Company, itself partly Israeli state-owned, which broke a $50,000 lease in the World Trade Center to relocate to Virginia a week before 9/11, who else had suspicious access to the towers? In 2002, a simple case of fraud over fake IDs in Tennessee led to the arrest of 6 Middle Eastern men. This revealed damning information about September 11th, about men claiming to have done work in the basement of the towers who were in possession of fake passes. The key witness, herself an accomplice in the ID fraud, was killed the day before her trial. Catherine Smith, burned so badly her arms had fallen off, had to be identified by dental records. The Department of Motor Vehicles, the DMV employees, had been working with Khalid Odala from Jerusalem to provide Tennessee license, which at that time did not require social security numbers, for 5 other men. The FBI, working on a tip, arrested Odala outside the DMV after he purchased the IDs from Smith. They'd been monitoring Catherine Smith's house. She had also bought her car from Odala, the one she would be found dead inside of later.
Smith's charred body was found inside the remains of her burned 1992 Acura, a car she had bought from Odala. Breathless witnesses told authorities the car, going at a slow rate of speed, rammed into a utility pole. A gas container was found in the back seat of the car. An autopsy declared Smith died of smoke inhalation from the fire inside the car that ignited before the crash. Unusual, suspicious, bizarre, all of the aforementioned.
The following group: Muhammad Ali Farce, Abdel Mushin Mahmud Hamad, Sakir Hamad, Mustafa Saeed Abdul Shaheen, and Omar Kayata were all arrested, as they were also waiting outside for Odala to return from the DMV. The underlings told investigators that Khalid, or Sakir Hamad, the cousin of Abdel Mushin Mahmud Hamad, could get the IDs. Oddly, the 2 ringleaders would be released, while the underlings had the book thrown at them. When Sakir Hamad, who had shared a residence with Khalid Odala, was arrested, he had a pass granting him entry to the 6 underground levels of World Trade Center 1. It was dated September 5th, 2001, 6 days before 9/11. Khalid Odala also had driven a truck all the way from New York to Tennessee on the day of 9/11. Ahmad claimed that he had been doing work on the sprinkler systems for a couple of days, and that's why he had a pass. The problem with that, as Alan Hicks, the spokesperson for the Port Authority, pointed out, was that the Port Authority handles its own work on such systems, and no one there had contracted Hamad. Hamad gave police a business card, Magic Plumbing and Heating, that he also had on him at the time of his arrest. In court, his father produced a letter signed by Sergei Denko for Denko Mechanical Limited, verifying both Sakir Hamad and his cousin's employment. Denko told the New York Times Hamad had been working in the World Trade Center for him for a couple of days. The problem is, there was no Magic Plumbing and Heating or a Denko Mechanical. There was an obsolete business license for Denko, and the address for the office was simply Sergei Denko's residential address.
But with Smith's horrendous death and 4 months of investigation into the backgrounds of the men turning up nothing except for the fact 3 of them were illegal aliens, public interest finally faded. 4 of the men were eventually deported. Another was quietly returned back to his home in New York. None were implicated in Smith's death because they were in custody at the time. Speculation then led to the only conclusion possible.
One woman who may have been able to shed light on the entire matter was Catherine Smith, but the day before her trial, she had a car accident and died. Actually, her body had been burned inside of her car, but the gas tank failed to ignite. Witnesses had seen Smith ablaze in her car, and investigators found traces of gasoline in her clothing. FBI agent Susan Nash said that Smith had been murdered. The unresolved questions about 9/11 and Smith's death had nothing outside of the circumstantial to do with the trial about fake IDs, however. Hamad was released on a $250,000 bail. What kind of truck driver or repairman has that kind of money? Odala, the middleman, was released hours after being sentenced. Why was Khalid released? And why wasn't there a follow-up investigation into Denko Mechanical? Al-Qaeda doesn't have that kind of pull, but we all know who does. I got a copy of the indictments of Sergei Denko and David Connell, which was announced by the Manhattan District Attorney Robert Morgenthau, and it states, Sergei Denko and David Connell were both charged with multiple counts of offering false instrument for filing in the first degree, in connection with statements they made about their employment experience on applications for fire suppression, piping contractor licenses. In addition to the false filing charges, Connell was charged with 3 counts of forgery in the second degree. Denko was also charged with offering a false instrument for filing in the first degree in connection with the application he filed to be a master plumber. The Master Fire Suppression Piping Contract License is a trade license issued by the New York City Department of Buildings. The New York City Building Code provides that a Master Fire and Suppression Piping Contractor is someone who is authorized to install, maintain, repair, modify, extend, or alter fire suppression piping systems in the City of New York. Such systems include sprinkler and standpipe systems. Mr. Morgenthau said, obviously, fire suppression systems are critical for public safety. It is extremely important that licenses be granted only to qualified professionals. Individuals who obtain licenses by falsifying their applications are putting lives at risk in the event of a fire. Dinko is charged with 6 counts of offering a false instrument for filing in the first degree. Connell is charged with 4 counts of offering a false instrument for filing in the first degree and 3 counts of forgery in the second degree. They faked fire suppression credentials. This means the men lied about their qualifications and they had no business hiring out other people to do work on fire prevention systems such as sprinkler systems in the World Trade Center or any other building in New York. Apparently, the plan seems to have been to sabotage the fire prevention systems to maximize damage done by fire, hit the building with planes, and at the same time blow out the parking garage or basement level with a truck bomb and make the lobby collapse into the lower levels. Had this been done correctly, no one would have been able to exit the first floor, and the death toll would have been around 55,000 instead of 3,000. Then all the comparisons to Pearl Harbor would have made more sense. And you could have had a much more hostile reaction. The truck bomb was going to be blamed on Palestinians. That's why you had the weird phone call about Palestinians mixing a bomb at the airport. But because the dancing Israelis got caught in a van with traces of explosives celebrating the event, they had to pull an audible, and all talk about truck bombs disappeared. The media did air a tape of dancing Palestinians, however, that got people like Howard Stern so riled up he said on air that we should nuke them. Dancing Palestinians. Always guilty of their own accusations.
And we never did. And if we don't nuke some of these countries over there, I mean literally nuke them, fry their children, fry everything, they will never stop.
You know what I feel?
Never stop. And I know it's an unpopular thing to do, but you got to be the strong one, and Bush is going to have to make that decision. Target 3 countries over there and level them. Look at them celebrating in the street.
This is World War III.
Negotiate with these people. They are so happy. They're so insane.
Unbelievable.
Today, drop the nuclear bomb on them.
There's no reason for those people.
Give them nuclear warfare. It's the only thing they understand. Like the bastard children they are. I'm sick of looking at them. I'm sick of looking at them celebrate.
I can't imagine these little school kids. They probably don't even know what's happening.
They're all celebrating.
They're
taught to hate America at the youngest age.
They're going to grow up and kill our children.
Yep.
They're going to be worse than the parents. It's time to stop the madness now.
They do it in schools. It's organized. The teacher stands at the front of the classroom and says, this is a country and a people you should hate.
Why didn't the Secret Service react after the second plane hit to get the president out of his publicly announced location if they were so worried about terrorism? Israeli firsters were unable to get their war until they could create the myth of Saddam's men meeting with Al-Qaeda by using moles in the media to repeat the garbage of their own publications. Which is exactly what they did. There was pre-written legislation ready to pass, and when it looked like it might not work, there was an anthrax attack to help push it along.
Anthrax, 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 bacterium, anthrax investigation, anthrax exposure, anthrax test, with anthrax scares, anthrax spores, anthrax strains, anthrax hoaxes, anthrax attack, cases of anthrax cases and traces, traces of anthrax, skin anthrax, cutaneous case of anthrax, inhaled anthrax, inhalation anthrax, inhalation anthrax, anthrax in the mail, anthrax through the mail, anthrax tainted letters, anthrax laced letters, presence of anthrax, no presence of anthrax, positive for anthrax, negative for anthrax, positive for anthrax, also has anthrax, not anthrax, I don't have anthrax, he does not have anthrax, no anthrax, Pop Dustin, Omaha with anthrax, mass spreading of anthrax, mutant anthrax, deadly anthrax, kill anthrax, fighting drug, antibiotics, anthrax vaccine, smallpox vaccine, that's right, he said smallpox vaccine, that's right, he said smallpox, back to anthrax, cure for anthrax, die from anthrax, cure for anthrax, die from
This was initially blamed on Al-Qaeda, who oddly, even though they hate us for our freedom, decided to rope Israel into the mix as well by declaring death to America, death to Israel. And just in case you forgot it was evil Muslims from 9/11, they also wrote Allah is great and 9/11-2001 as well. Which is funny, because it would later be Israeli security forces claiming to have witnessed a transfer of anthrax from Iraqis to Al-Qaeda at a meeting in Prague, which was impossible since neither Iraq nor Al-Qaeda had anthrax, and there wasn't even a meeting in Prague for them to meet at. How does one witness a transfer of anthrax at a meeting which didn't take place between two parties that didn't have anthrax? The target choices of the military-grade made-in-the-USA anthrax were interesting as well. Two senators against the Patriot Act, Patrick Leahy, on the Judiciary Chair and in a position to block it, the other, Tom Daschle, the Senate Majority Leader, also calling to investigate 9/11, were sent the lethal spores, whereas warmonger Judith Miller, a WMD liar, was sent hoax anthrax. So she claimed. They tried to kill Patrick Leahy of the Leahy Amendment, which would forbid all military aid to Israel. Despite all of these holes in the anthrax story, it gets far worse. The letters written to the Department of Justice jumped the gun by trying to frame someone for the attacks. The problem being it was mailed days after the first anthrax had been sent, but long before any of the letters had been opened or reported on. Worst of all, even though by December of 2001 the FBI knew it was looking at domestic terrorism, the anthrax myth persisted about Iraq, and Colin Powell used this scare tactic in his speech to the UN as evidence of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, saying they could produce anthrax and kill thousands. Speaking about mobile weapons labs, a lie echoed by the now convicted criminal Judith Miller, who spent 85 days in jail over the Plain Libya affair. Powell said to the UN by holding a mock vial of anthrax,
"It can produce anthrax and botulinum toxin. In fact, they can produce enough dry biological agent in a single month to kill thousands upon thousands of people. And dry agent of this type is the most lethal form for human beings." One of the most worrisome things that emerges from the thick intelligence file we have on Iraq's biological weapons is the existence of mobile production facilities used to make biological agents. Let me take you inside that intelligence file and share with you what we know from eyewitness accounts. We have first-hand descriptions of biological weapons factories on wheels and on rails.
The FBI allowed Iowa State University of Ames, Iowa, to destroy their Ames strain of anthrax in the middle of an anthrax investigation. And then they went on a wild goose chase through different suspects like Stephen Hatfield, who was pegged by the ADL. Hatfield would end up winning a $5.8 million lawsuit. Ultimately, the feds landed on a guy named Bruce Ivins, who had an odd suicide. He overdosed on Tylenol. Later, evidence showed he could not have made the anthrax from his lab. Dr. Perry Mikesell, another prior suspect, also had a strange suicide. Perry Mikesell, Don C. Willey, David Kelly, Vladimir Pashnik, and Bruce Ivins were all suicided over the lies about anthrax and biological weapons. The note sent with the anthrax read, "Death to America, death to Israel," automatically associating Israel's enemies with America's enemies. Because the attackers had written 9/11 and praised Allah on the notes and mailed them from the same locations as the hijacker cells in the US, which were also the same locations of the art student cells in the US, the anthrax attack was initially blamed on Al-Qaeda. The mainstream press never asked for evidence of these claims. They just repeated them obediently and blindly. Some were even dumb enough to take the Israelis at their word, as if Israel has never lied to the United States and would have no motive to implicate its enemies with such a tale. Israeli partisans had already lied about a meeting in Prague between Al-Qaeda and Iraqis. Once anthrax letters had been opened, they compounded on that lie by adding that at this meeting, Iraqis gave anthrax to 9/11 ringleader Mohammed Atta, all of which turned out to be lies. The London Times reported that Iraqis were seen passing anthrax to Atta of Al-Qaeda. Their sources were a report from the German paper Bild, which was sourcing Israeli intelligence. This would be reiterated by the LA Times and the New York Observer, a paper owned by Charles Kushner, a Zionist billionaire and convicted felon. This BS was bolstered by James Woolsey, a man on the advisory board of JINSA, the Jewish Institute for National Security of America, and the former director of the CIA appointed by Epstein client Bill Clinton. Here we can see the beginnings of a setup. With this lie, they connected 9/11 to Iraq, yet there was no meeting in Prague. There were no Iraqis passing anthrax to hijackers. There were no Iraqis even talking to hijackers. Next, Iraq was accused of using biological weapons from mobile weapons labs. This lie came from George Tenet and John McLaughlin, who were using known shady Iraqi defectors. Judith Miller tried to claim in the New York Times that they had discovered 2 of these labs. They didn't. Judith Miller, a girlfriend of a lawyer for the Mossad, Louis Libby. Judith Miller is the same woman who tried to blame both the 1993 World Trade Center attack as well as the Oklahoma City bombing on Iraqis. She claimed that Iraq was using their palaces to hide their biological weapons of mass destruction and was capable of producing anthrax. Miller was also the journalist who got a hoax letter of anthrax. It cannot be a copycat attack. Pay attention because this is crucially important. The postmark on her letter, which had a note with the same anti-Israeli rhetoric as the real anthrax letter, was sent before there was reporting on it, and neither had been received yet. So why would warmongering Judith Miller be sent pretend anthrax, and yet real anthrax was sent to others who opposed the Patriot Act and the war? Bruce Ivins certainly wouldn't care about such a thing. Bruce Ivins also wouldn't know where to mail the letters from, and it's pretty slim odds that he would just coincidentally go to New Jersey and Florida where the hijacker cells were and mail them from there just based on chance. He also couldn't zip back and forth between those states and show up at work in Maryland without at least getting plane tickets, of which there were none. He didn't do it. But gee golly, who would write death to America, death to Israel, who also had access to the labs and had been caught stealing anthrax there in the past? The formula is simple. State Al-Qaeda attacked the US with anthrax. State Iraq has biological and chemical weapons of mass destruction, including anthrax. State that Al-Qaeda met with Iraq. State that Iraq gave anthrax to Al-Qaeda. All of these statements are lies, but it leaves the public with the conclusion that Iraq and Al-Qaeda were working together.
The administration knows his Hussein has vowed revenge. He has anthrax. He loves biological weapons. He has terrorist training camps, including the 707 he practiced on.
It wasn't just moles in the State Department and Defense Department impeding the FBI's investigation into 9/11 suspects. The FBI was impeding the FBI's investigation into 9/11. This is a stretch, but one could still claim maybe they're just trying to cover up their own embarrassing failures and screw-ups to save face. Maybe it's just incredible incompetence. Except there's absolutely no rationalization in the world for why the FBI would allow the destruction of Ames anthrax samples in Ames, Iowa, in the middle of an anthrax investigation. And I'll have you hear the words of Francis Boyle in an interview with Boiling Frogs, the man who drafted the Biological Weapon Anti-Terrorism Act of 1989, Harvard Law School grad and professor at Illinois University. He came to the same conclusions as myself.
He had an updated list from the CIA, and he said, "Well, we were working with people at Fort Detrick on this matter." And I said, "Well, Fort Detrick could very well be the problem here, not the solution." Soon thereafter, within a few weeks, the FBI authorized the destruction of the United States government collection of Ames strain anthrax maintained out in Ames, Iowa. Mm-hmm. And that I was originally hired here to teach criminal law. That clearly was an obstruction of justice, that you would be able to take those Ames strains and reconstruct precisely who was involved in this attack. So it became very clear to me that the FBI, right from the get-go, was involved in a cover-up here of who really was behind the Anthrax attacks. Basically, the FBI has been lying about it and covering it up. I don't believe Ivan did it. Even the people who work with him don't believe he did it. And by the way, I should also point out, Bowman was the same FBI guy who sabotaged the request by the FBI agents in Minneapolis, Rowley and the rest of them, to get a subpoena into Moussaoui's computer. He was the exact same guy.
That's right.
And Bowman had been ordered by someone to sabotage that subpoena into Moussaoui's computer. The argument that the FISA court, there wasn't enough evidence, that is total baloney. If you study everything about Moussaoui, there was more than enough evidence for the FISA court to issue a FISA warrant into his computer. Later on, then, Bowman was promoted and given an award. If we find out, who was really behind the Anthrax attacks, perhaps we'll find out who really was behind 9/11.
The U.S. used the fear of a biological attack to scare Congress and frighten the United Nations. The sloganeering of the jack-off missile Johnnies became, "We gotta get them over there before they get us over here." Even the president repeated the garbage about mobile anthrax labs.
They, a remote facility, we detected some anthrax.
On September 18th, 2 anthrax letters were mailed. Both came from New Jersey. One had "Death to America" and "Death to Israel" written on a note inside of it. It was addressed to Tom Brokaw of NBC. Although it was opened by his aides Casey Chamberlain and Aaron O'Connor on September 25th, this wouldn't be discovered until October 12th. They did not know immediately, when people got sick, that they had been exposed to anthrax. The other letter was sent to the New York Post editor, and it was not opened until October 17th. 2 days after these mailings, on September 20th, still without any letters having been opened, a letter was mailed from Florida again to NBC. And still without any reporting on anthrax letters, 2 more were sent from Florida. However, these were hoax letters with harmless powder. One was to Howard Troxler of the St. Petersburg Times. The other, postmarked October 5th, was sent to Judith Miller. Troxler opened his October 9th. Miller opened hers on October 12th. These were hoax letters. However, the notes inside had the same rhetoric as the letter to Tom Brokaw sent on September 18th, which threatened Israel. On September 26th, still no reports about anthrax letters had been made in the media. Philip Zack, somebody who had been witnessed secretly entering Fort Detrick in Maryland in the past, sent a letter to the Justice Department blaming a former co-worker, Ayad Assad, for the anthrax attacks. That letter was opened on October 2nd. How this person knew about anthrax attacks and who to blame it on is a mystery, because there hadn't been any reporting on the anthrax attack yet. Zack did not sign the letter, but the contents revealed that this person knew details about Assad, including where he lived, how many children he had, and even what floor he worked on. In February 1992, a new commanding officer at Fort Detrick Pathology Lab, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Lanford, discovered that 27 anthrax specimens were missing. Dr. Mary Beth Downs told investigators that she had come to work several times in January and February of '92 to find that someone had been in the lab at odd hours, clumsily using a sophisticated electron microscope to conduct some kind of off-the-books research. After one weekend in February, Downs discovered that someone had been in the lab using the microscope to take photos of slides, and apparently had forgotten to reset a feature on the microscope that imprints each photo with a label. After taking a few pictures of her own slides that morning, Downs was surprised to see Anthrax 005 emblazoned on her negatives. Downs also noted that an automatic counter on the camera, like an odometer on a car, had been rolled back to hide the fact that pictures had been taken over the weekend. Documents from the inquiry show that one unauthorized person who was observed entering the lab building at night was Langford's predecessor, Lieutenant Colonel Philip Zack, who at the time no longer worked at Fort Detrick. A surveillance camera recorded Zack being let in at 8:40 p.m. on January 23, 1992, apparently by Dr. Miriam Ripley, a lab pathologist and close friend of Zach's, according to a report filed by a security guard. Both Zach and Ripley were also having an affair, and both were members of the Camel Club. What was that? A racist clique of anti-Arab Zionists that worked at Fort Detrick. Some background on this was illuminated by Justin Raimondo. Days before the Anthrax story broke, but after the deadly missives had been sent, Military Police Headquarters in Quantico, Virginia received an anonymous letter containing important clues to the mystery. Written by someone with a detailed knowledge of U.S. airmed, the letter stated that Dr. Ayad Assad, an Egyptian-born American citizen who had formerly worked at Fort Detrick, was at the center of a terrorist plot against America. The author claimed to have worked with Assad. Interviewed by the FBI, Assad was quickly cleared of any connection with the Anthrax attacks, but his story points so clearly in the direction of the real terrorist that it is difficult to believe federal law enforcement failed to follow through. Someone had tried to set Assad up, but whoever wrote that poison pen letter was also very likely trying to divert attention away from the actual perpetrators. As Assad put it, my theory is whoever this person is knew in advance what was going to happen and created a suitable, well-fitted scapegoat for this action. Surely, this is the kind of lead law enforcement would normally be quite interested in, especially given that the Anthrax attacks would become public knowledge a few days later, but oddly, this was not the case. Assad himself was certain the letter came from Zach. Why would Zach be doing illegal research on AIM strain anthrax, and why would anyone steal samples in '92? Why bring it up again after 9/11? Was there going to be a planned bio-attack after the 1993 World Trade Center attack that got pulled when they botched the operation? Hard to say, but what we do know is the FBI ignored this obvious lead. Zach was never questioned. It is as if they already knew it was the Israelis, and they were doing their best blaming Al-Qaeda, Iraq, and anyone else to avoid coming to that conclusion. Also on October 2nd, the Patriot Act was introduced. Daschle and Leahy opposed the Patriot Act on October 6th, and sometime between the 6th and the 9th, we can't be sure because the 7th was a Sunday and the 8th was Columbus Day, anthrax was mailed to Tom Daschle and Patrick Leahy, and it was the deadliest anthrax so far, meant to kill them. Daschle opened his letter on October 15th, and Leahy, because it was misrouted, would not be opening his until November. At least one other anthrax letter had been mailed around September 21st to 23rd. They're not sure because it had already been opened in the mailbag, which had contaminated the rest of the letters. So we don't have a clear postmark. However, around that time, it gets opened on October 3rd and causes several people to get sick. On October 4th, Robert Stevens died from inhalation anthrax, the first person to die from anthrax in the US since the 1970s. And finally, on October 5th, it is reported in the news. This is the first report in the news about anthrax. James Woolsey, Judith Miller, Gary Schmidt, Robert Kagan, William Crystal, and David Rose will all be blaming it on Iraq. On October 14th, David Rose wrote in The Guardian, American investigators probing anthrax outbreaks in Florida and New York believe they have all the hallmarks of a terrorist attack and have named Iraq as a prime suspect as the source of the deadly spores. Their inquiries are adding to what U.S. hawks say is a growing mass of evidence that Saddam Hussein was involved, possibly indirectly, with the September 11th hijackers. The following day, on October 15th, John McCain would go on to the David Letterman show associating Iraq to Al-Qaeda.
Second phase, if I could just make it very quickly, the second phase is Iraq. There is some indication, and I don't have the conclusions, but some of this anthrax may, and I emphasize may, have come from Iraq.
Bin Laden did not have the authority or power to force FBI agents off his trail. Bin Laden did not have the means to set up a false flag and steal anthrax from within American labs and take credit for it with his hijackers and then associate it to Iraq to falsely lead America into believing Iraq and Al-Qaeda were together to start a war there to bog down American forces. The US and Israel did that all on their own. And now the US admits the anthrax came from its own labs.
Within weeks, 5 would be dead and thousands of others exposed to one of the deadliest bacteria known to man.
There are very few people who have the bench skills to make a product this good.
federal investigators discovered clues to the perpetrator's identity encoded in the bacterium itself.
There are 89 different types of anthrax, but each one has its own kind of trail. This one led directly back to our own defense establishment.
Was the U.S. government hiding a terrorist inside America's biodefense community? Some say yes, and that the official government investigation was a sham.
The only people who know anything about the subject are also the suspects.
They're protecting this individual.
What we're dealing with here is an inside job with a real insider who has secrets that nobody wants to get out. It's going to be too humiliating, too embarrassing.
All the spores were sent for immediate forensic testing. By the 10th of October, the analysis of the spores was complete. The results were horrifying. The bacterium that killed Robert Stevens and eventually infected 7 of his colleagues was identified as the Ames strain, a strain long favored by and under the near-total control of the U.S. biodefense program.
In August of 2008, finally a member of the televised press admitted that the anthrax was not from Al-Qaeda.
Evening. This is Friday, August 1st, 95 days until the 2008 presidential election. To that topic presently. First, if reporting by the Los Angeles Times today is even remotely accurate, the questions about the anthrax attacks, which terrified this nation late in 2001, would seem tonight to have boiled down to 3. First, was the anthrax sent by just one employee of our own government or more than one employee of our own government? Second, when the FBI missed an easy clue, the unreported spilling of anthrax in the federal repository of anthrax that the suspect did not report, was it incompetence or a cover-up? And third, how, if there was evidence of something askew at our biological warfare lab in Maryland as early as December 2001, why did national news organizations in this country receive supposedly reliable leaks from the Bush administration that the anthrax had originated in Iraq? Our 5th story in the countdown, there is finally a suspect in the anthrax attacks. He worked for the government's anthrax lab, and unfortunately, he's dead as of this past Tuesday. His name was Dr. Bruce E. Ivins. The Los Angeles Times reporting this morning, NBC News confirming tonight, that the Justice Department was preparing to file criminal charges against him for the 2001 anthrax attacks.
It was shown, unfortunately, after Bruce Ivins was dead, that not only could he physically not have created the anthrax used in the attack, but the quantity in question would have taken 50 weeks to prepare. Whoever sent anthrax would have known that eventually it would be genetically traced back to the lab that it came from. So why? To make Al-Qaeda temporarily look worse than they are, as if knocking the towers down wouldn't be enough? No. It was to ensnare America to Israel's enemies and start a war with Iraq. 13 days prior to 9/11, PNAC published a paper claiming that Osama bin Laden had sleeper cells ready to strike America. Quote, "For bin Laden's sleepers, agents already outside of Afghanistan awaiting the right moment to strike an American target, the situation was probably a little better." End quote. And it continues. In any case, in Middle Eastern eyes, the butcher of Baghdad, meaning Saddam, has checked, if not checkmated, the United States. Only against this backdrop can we properly assess the threat bin Laden poses. In short, bin Laden is a threat because he is emboldened by Saddam Hussein existing and not motivated at all by the U.S.-Israeli aggression in the region, as he said himself. The paper goes on to complain the Bush administration put forth the odd, very secular notion that Israeli settlements in the West Bank and Gaza, comprising less than 2% of the land, have provoked Palestinian young men to blow themselves to bits. The Israeli land is land they took by force that is being asked to be returned. Settlements control 40% of the land in the West Bank, not less than 2%. And currently all of Gaza has been flattened in a genocidal campaign endorsed by Captain 9/11 charlatan himself, Alex Jones.
I would use Moab carpet bombing in lanes and basically just destroy it inch by inch, driving down 200 feet, taking out those tunnels. They just have to simply make everybody evacuate and then level at least northern Gaza. That's the only way to do this.
It was always Israeli policy to lure the U.S. into doing its wars, and after the U.S. got its 2 front teeth knocked out on 9/11, the forever wars were inevitable. And after all these lies, Bush the Lesser started a pointless war in Iraq.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war.
Karl Rove once professed it didn't matter what reality was because they could make reality. And that is exactly what they did when they rephrased as message force multipliers, an old tactic borrowed from World War II propaganda about repeating a lie enough times until the most prejudiced or insecure among the population start to believe it. If they can get 5 or 6 people to repeat the same lie in different places in the press, regardless of how lacking in evidence the claims are, it will create the perception that everybody is saying X, so X must be true. This lemming effect works particularly well with scare tactics, and it is used over and over by mass media as a form of deception or distraction. Here's who all kept repeating the Iraq is with Al-Qaeda lie, as well as the compounding lie that they merged with it about Anthrax. Once again, not a shred of evidence to back any of this up. It was pure scare tactics, the same as Iran is about to build a nuclear bomb propaganda.
Intelligence relating to the Iraq Al-Qaeda relationship was manipulated by high-ranking officials in the Department of Defense to support the administration's decision to invade Iraq when the intelligence assessments of the professional analysts of the intelligence community did not provide the desired compelling case.
These monstrous lies were told by embedded Zionist journalists who worked with the administration's PNAC members. For example, that the lead hijacker of 9/11, Mohammed Atta, met with agents of Saddam was repeated by William Safire in the New York Times, May 9, 2002, which came previously from PNAC's Gary Schmidt, who wrote about it October 19, 2001 on PNAC's Weekly Standard, an outfit created by William Crystal and Robert Kagan. The story had been reported by Reuters September 18, 2001, just a week after 9/11. And the same day as the first Anthrax mailings. Wow, they knew about the lead hijacker as well as a meeting that never took place within 7 days. They probably wanted to follow up sooner with the Anthrax canard, assuming that the first letter would have been open in just a couple days, but the mail didn't work like that. It reminds me of the BBC report plagiarized from a college student in California. This Atta met with Iraqi intelligence lie was then repeated by Vice President Dick Cheney December 9, 2001, on Meet the Press. He later denied it, despite him being on tape saying it.
You have said in the past that it was, quote, pretty well confirmed.
No, I never said that.
Okay.
I never
think
said
that is...
No, it's absolutely not. What I said was pretty well confirmed that he did go to Prague and he did meet with a senior official of the Iraqi intelligence service.
He also ignorantly called the Czech Republic Czechoslovakia. One would think that if he had a report from a country, they would at least know the proper name for that country, but he didn't.
In Czechoslovakia last April.
What's sad is Cheney is considered to be one of the smarter ones. And he is, for a neocon. The competition isn't fierce. Gary Schmidt, also of the neoconservative think tank PNAC, wrote, shortly before getting on a plane to fly to New Jersey from Europe in 2000, Mohammed Atta, the lead hijacker of the first jet airliner to slam into the World Trade Center and, apparently, the lead conspirator in the attacks of September 11th, met with a senior Iraqi intelligence official. This was no chance encounter. Rather than take a flight from Germany where he had been living, Atta traveled to Prague almost certainly for the purpose of meeting there with Iraqi intelligence operative Ahmed Samir Ahani. This was a complete lie designed to connect Al-Qaeda to Iraq, and thus Iraq to 9/11's attacks. It was false. And yet all the corporate news networks repeated it anyway because it would end up in the New York Times. Douglas Feith, working under the Zionist madman and Prince of Darkness Richard Perle, ran a special office in the Defense Department called the Office of Special Plans, or OSP. Oh, he was special, all right. The OSP had a mirror group in Israel, and they both worked with Israeli generals. Feith's special cabal did a lot worse than cherry-pick intelligence. They flat out fabricated it.
Feith used his Pentagon office to produce alternative intelligence reports that linked Saddam to al-Qaeda, then passed them on to the White House. Some of it, like a report that 9/11 hijacker Mohammed Atta met with Iraqi intelligence in Prague, has been widely discredited.
One of the reasons people were told we were going to war in Iraq was because an imminent attack with weapons of mass destruction was about to happen.
I don't believe anybody in the U.S. government said that.
This is Donald Rumsfeld. Iraq poses a serious and mounting threat to our country.
No terrorist state poses a greater or more immediate threat to the security of our people and the stability of the world than the regime of Saddam Hussein.
The Iraqi regime is a threat to any American.
There is no doubt that Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction. There is no doubt that he is amassing them to use against our friends, against our allies, and against us.
What is the most dangerous route to think about now? Well, I think we have to worry about the use of biological and chemical weapons.
Feith's office took PNAC's old lies as well as their new lies and presented them as fresh intelligence. These were not mistakes, they were deceptions. The deception that led to the war in Iraq deserves its own film. Architects for War will cover the lie machine that created the wars in Iraq and Syria. My older films, War is Always by Deception, The Empire Unmasked, and Syria, Israel's Invisible Hand, already address this. For time's sake, we are narrowing this down to the lies pertaining to 9/11 only. Just know, all of these same people lied about everything else. That film is probably not going to be made because we can't finance it. So, Architects for War, I don't know. It depends. Y'all will have to get some maps or sign up a Substack. When X got nerfed, that was it. We're losing hundreds of followers every day. So I'm banned on everything else. So there's no way to raise the money for any other films. I hope you're enjoying this one. Probably the last one I'm going to make. I'm also going blind. So running out of time. But I would have loved to. I wanted to make an anti-kook film and I wanted to go over Iraq and Syria. But it is what it is. Y'all wanted to do Epstein, wanted to do Kennedy. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. But at least I got this 9/11 one done, so you can enjoy the rest of this. Of course, the Prince of Darkness, Richard Pearl, was a message force multiplier. December 28, 2001, in an op-ed in the New York Times, Pearl wrote, "We must strike Iraq. Evidence of a meeting in Prague between senior Iraqi intelligence agents and Mohammed Atta, the September 11th ringleader, is convincing." Pearl is a diehard Zionist, was the chairman of the DoD's Defense Policy Board, was also an arms advisor, a lobbyist, and a spy for Israel. This is who wrote policy papers for a foreign head of state, Bibi Netanyahu. Paul Wolfowitz, also a diehard Israeli firster, was the Deputy Secretary of Defense and later the head of the World Bank. He authored the Defense Planning Guidance for Bill Clinton, or the Wolfowitz Doctrine, that advocated unilateral preemptive military action. Also a PNAC troll, Wolfowitz added, February 23, 2002, in the San Francisco Chronicle, "Like the meeting of Mohammed Atta with Iraqi officials in Prague, I think the premise of a policy has to be we can't afford to wait for proof beyond a reasonable doubt." It was all lies. And yet, with all the neocon fanfare, they just couldn't get their wars the way they wanted until after 9/11. After that, they associated those lies to the original lies, and finally, they could go forward with their dreams of bloody empire.
I think the president made the right decision given what he knew.
Doug Feith, of all the neocons, was probably the dumbest person in the bunch, which is saying a lot. Doug Feith is on his own level, lower than Bush, lower than Rumsfeld. He gets his own category of stupid.
Undersecretary of Defense Douglas Feith, whom most of you probably know, Tommy Franks said was stupidest blankety blank man in the world. He was. Let me testify to that. He was. Seldom in my life have I met a dumber man.
200 Israeli spies were busted in the largest spying ever conducted on U.S. soil months after 9/11. Israel was caught again, spying on the United States through Defense Department employee Larry Franklin, who worked at a FICE office, which met with Israeli generals who could just waltz into the Pentagon without signing in or being escorted. FICE office was passing classified information to Israel through American-Israeli Public Affairs Committee or AIPAC employees such as Keith Wiseman and Steve J. Rosen. The conduit serial liar was Lawrence A. Franklin. Franklin, who was initially sentenced to 12 years in jail for passing U.S. secrets to AIPAC, was also involved in the Niger forgeries fiasco, a bit of nuclear weapons propaganda which fit nicely with Judith Miller's tubes myth. But his sentence for passing state secrets to AIPAC was reduced to just 10 months house arrest along with 100 hours of community service after the case against AIPAC officials was dropped. The judge ruled the spying itself on the U.S. isn't wrong if it's by a friend. Fife is a profiteer whose company, Fife & Zell, is partnered with an Israeli settler, Mark Zell, the law firm, which got to delegate construction contracts in Iraq. Fife and Pearl also set up something called IAI, International Advisors Incorporated, in Turkey to act like a miniature American-Turkish Council, ATC, in that it was a very clever way to divert money to pro-Israeli groups. During the 6 years that Fife and IAI were registered as foreign agents for the government of Turkey, Fife and a number of individuals serving as staff and receiving payments from IAI were making tens of thousands of dollars in contributions to both pro-Israeli PACs and to pro-Israeli senators and congressmen. Fife was a sole shareholder and paid himself $60,000 a year. Later, neocons involved in the ATC were fingered in illegal arms trades that included nuclear secrets. Sibel Edmonds, a translator for the FBI who became a whistleblower, had the state secrets privilege enacted on her as a gag order. Every step has been taken to silence investigation, information, and legal action into these crimes. It's odd how the U.S. wrongly pointed its finger at Iraq and even Iran, accusing them of building nuclear weapons. And yet the real criminals trading nuclear secrets and possibly nuclear material were right there in the U.S. government. U.S. Undersecretary of State and former ambassador to Turkey, Mark Grossman, is implicated in just such a crime. And even though he was caught red-handed in these dealings with the Turks and the Israelis, nothing could be done about it because the whistleblowers were gagged. To quote an old write-up from Justin Raimondo, one of the best muckrakers out there, immediately after 9/11, the FBI arrested a bunch of people suspected of being involved with the attacks, including 4 associates of key targets of the FBI counterintelligence operations. Sibel heard the targets tell Mark Grossman, "We need to get them out of the U.S. because we can't afford them to spill the beans." Grossman duly facilitated their release from jail, and the suspects immediately left the country without further investigation or interrogation. The number 3 guy at the State Department facilitated the immediate release of 9/11 suspects at the request of targets of an FBI investigation. He is sourcing the Sunday Times, the same paper that Mordecai Vanunu turned to break the story about Israel's secret nuclear arsenal. Unfortunately, Vanunu landed in jail for that. He was captured by Mossad thanks to their informant, Robert Maxwell, the father of convicted pedophile and human trafficker Glenn Maxwell, co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein. It would be Mark Grossman who warned his associates to stay away from Brewster Jennings, a front for the CIA, particularly the wing in which Valerie Plame was working for, which worked on tracking nuclear weapons proliferation. This became public knowledge when Robert Novak and Louis Libby told the world to stay away from Brewster Jennings and associates by ousting Valerie Plame as a covert agent. By outing Plame, it was easy to deduce that the company she worked for must have been a front, and thus all of the CIA agents working for them were exposed. They're pointing the finger at Iraq and Iran, but we know which country in the Middle East secretly has nukes. Sibel Edmond made valid complaints about a colleague who was leaking information illegally. Sibel gets gagged, then released from her position, but the woman she complained about turned out to be the daughter of an official who worked for the General Mahmoud Ahmad, The same man who had $100,000 wired to Mohammed Atta, the lead hijacker of September 11th. And what happened to the other leakers? Well, Robert Novak would die, Tim Russert would die, Louis Libby would have a trial, be convicted, and then Bush just commuted his sentence. It's a little ironic that Louis Libby gets his sentence commuted by George Bush when Louis Libby was the lawyer for the Mossad agent Mark Rich, who got a pardon from Bill Clinton for his role in Iran-Contra illegal money laundering and not paying his taxes. But this point needs to be reiterated. Why would the State Department official, Mark Grossman, get terror suspects out of jail and say we need to get them out of the U.S. because we can't afford them to spill the beans? Spill the beans on what? And why would it matter if they were outside the U.S.? Well, once they're outside the U.S., they're outside FBI jurisdiction. They're in the CIA's jurisdiction. In the CIA, we know, withheld information about terror suspects from the FBI. They knew al-Midhar and al-Hazmi had been at an al-Qaeda summit meeting in Malaysia and were living in the US in San Diego, and they refused to share that information with the FBI. But why? Sabel's 3-hour interview in a SCIF facility for the 9/11 Commission was heavily redacted, and I'd say so much so that it made it useless. She may as well have been talking to the wall, because none of this information was shared. They just wanted to know what she knew. Post 9/11, we got nothing but a series of pointless wars and a massive surveillance state. As Edward Snowden said, name one whistleblower from the intelligence community whose disclosures led to real change, overturning laws, ending policies, who didn't face retaliation as a result. The protections just aren't there. The sad reality of today's policies is that going to the Inspector General with evidence of truly serious wrongdoing is often a mistake. Going to the press involves serious risk, but at least you've got a chance. There have been whistleblowers less known than Snowden or Julian Assange, such as Thomas Drake of the NSA, other former NSA officials William Binney, Kirk Wiebe, and Edward Loomis, or John Crane of the DoD, or Diane Rurak, a former congressional staffer. In addition to warrantless searches, Drake blew the whistle on 9/11. Drake describes that the NSA had 7 intercepted calls from an al-Qaeda operative inside the United States to an al-Qaeda safe house in Yemen. William Binney, of Veterans Intelligence Professionals for Sanity, said the coverage of the Operations Center in Yemen was cast iron, and it had been since 1996. Worse, we learned the NSA had access to 221 calls made by Osama bin Laden's phone in Afghanistan. No action was taken, and the NSA did not share its information with other agencies. And there's no explanation given for that. As for al-Midhar's calls, they simply lied and said they couldn't know who was calling from where. That's just not true. I want you to be really serious after everything you've seen in this film. Stop making excuses for them. This was not to hide embarrassment or incompetence. It was on purpose. There is absolutely no way they couldn't have known. They had the calls, they had the intercepts, they didn't act. Because preventing this act of terrorism was never the goal. Oil. War profiteers can make money off any war, so why specifically attack Iraq? Some will say it was for oil. The problem with that is it is ignoring many facts. It fits the trite worldview of, it's like the corporations, man. But it doesn't fit the specific evidence. It wasn't ExxonMobil creating myths about Niger. That was Zionist neocons. It wasn't Chevron Texaco saying Iraq got anthrax from 9/11 hijackers. It was Israeli security forces. It wasn't BP meeting with Israeli generals to discuss the war. It was the OSP. It wasn't Big Oil screaming about weapons of mass destruction. It was PNAC. Iraq was a threat to Israel, not America. Each pre-war lie was a PNAC talking point going as far back as the 90s. PNAC's script for war was verbatim what was used by the administration to usher in a war with Iraq. PNAC was a think tank comprised of Zionists with prominent positions in the media and government. They published a large work of lies. But because of the Pentagon-Press relationship, their deceptions got to be front and center on all of the news networks. And with the cloud of 9/11 being used as an emotional club to beat down dissenting voices, they got their way. This was a war for and by Israeli interest. The rationales for the war would flip-flop several times, with each pre-invasion lie having its root in the PNAC cabal. An Israeli group, IASPS, authored a paper in 1996 called A Clean Break, a new strategy for securing the realm, written by Richard Pearl, which proposed overthrowing Saddam in Iraq and then turning on Syria. The paper echoes Oded Yanan's plan, written in 1982. Only by 1996, Iraq had been softened up by a long war with Iran and then the first Gulf War with the U.S. This was all prior to 9/11 and long before the Saddam is working with Osama bin Laden rationale.
Of course, we're after Saddam Hussein. Bin Laden. He's isolated. And, again, I don't know where he is. I repeat what I said. I truly am not that concerned about him.
So we've never made the case or argued the case that somehow Osama bin Laden was directly involved in 9/11. That evidence has never been forthcoming.
Pakistan's on our side. Afghanistan is half and half. But right on that border is Osama bin Laden, most likely. And he's probably in Pakistan.
Some have expressed the notion that Saddam was attacked suddenly for threatening to attack the petrodollar monopoly. Saddam was not pricing his oil in euros, and the Europeans attacked him too. The first Gulf War was years before the euro or the EU existed, and the US already had the oil. Iraq was placed on the misnamed Oil for Food program, which created life support style conditions of starvations created by US sanctions.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
Oil for not enough food would have been more accurate. The calls to attack Iraq lasted through 3 presidents, and all 3 did it too. Before that, Iraq was at war with Iran, who Israel supported. U.S. Iraqi oil imports didn't change before and after the war, and Israel had once bombed Iraq's alleged reactor themselves. Iraq was a threat to Israel. Saddam shot Scuds at Israel and Saudi Arabia. He knew the actual axis of evil. And Israeli firsters tried to manipulate President Clinton into war as well. Clinton finally did attack Iraq as well as Afghanistan and Sudan during his impeachment proceedings over him sleeping with a Jewish intern and then lying about it. Do you really think she saved a cum-stained blue dress as a souvenir? Me either. This warmongering also helped rather than hurt his chances of getting off the hook. Congressman Ron Paul saw it differently than the neocons, and he said back in 1998,
I have a prepared statement for tomorrow, and in that statement, I talk about a much more serious act that the president committed than anything that we've generally talked about, and that was the illegal bombing of Sudan and Afghanistan. $200 million were spent for that without congressional approval. Not only is it annoying, I think it's illegal, I think it's unconstitutional, I think it's an act of war, and I think it's much worse than anything that we have considered under the impeachment. There's been a lot of talk about the Constitution in the last several weeks, in the last several months. A lot of people holding up the Constitution. But I'd like them to read the Constitution, everybody here in this Congress, to read the Constitution about committing acts of war. This, to me, is an outrage, and we shouldn't be participating in it. We should not permit our president to do this. There's no threat. We're going to do more harm by doing this.
Congressman, if Congress were given an opportunity to vote on whether we should bomb Iraq, would you go along with that as long as it went through the procedures?
No, I would strongly oppose it because they're not a threat to our national security. Iraq has a third-rate army. They have no ability to wage war. Our policies are deliberately destroying the country. They can't feed their children. They're not allowed to have medication. There was a story in today's paper where one of our private charity groups was being fined because they were trying to get medicines into the Iraqi people. So for us to unleash bombs on Iraq at this particular time to kill more innocent people for narrow political reasons, no, there is absolutely no need to cause more bombing because of a very overall flawed foreign policy.
How are you going to vote on impeachment?
I'll vote for impeachment.
For all 4 articles?
Yes, unenthusiastically, because I think the charges are way too mild and not touching the issues that I would like to touch. I mean, that's what we should be addressing. But I wish the Congress would address the unconstitutionality of presidents waging war. That, to me, is a lot more serious than Monica Lewinsky, let me tell you. It has nothing to do with national security. Matter of fact, our national security is more jeopardized by permitting this to happen because we're liable to start a war. We're liable to have our military men killed. We're liable to have more attacks on us by terrorists.
Hours after the verdict cleared Clinton, he ended the bombings, but the neocons did not end their push for war. Under Bush the Lesser, PNAC produced a litany of papers which would have his propaganda amplified by mass media. Naturally, Bush started 2 wars over erroneous connections to 9/11. The only nation to benefit from Iraqi oil after the second war was Israel. Over 3/4 of their oil imports came from the Kurdish annexed portion of Iraq. Suffice it to say, it is crystal clear who drove the U.S. to war in Iraq and later Syria, Libya, and then Iran. The other popular sidestep to Israeli accountability is replacing big oil with big defense industry. This is a post hoc fallacy. Weapons sales always increase as a result of any war, but it is an unrelated consequence as to why the war began. We do not go back to, say, the U.S. Civil War and say, well, bullet manufacturers made a killing selling to both sides, thus they must have caused the war. Bullet factories, although they benefited, had nothing to do with why there was a civil war. Likewise, even though they benefit and support wars, the MIC did not create the wars with all of Israel's enemies. Israel did. We don't have to guess at it. We don't have to look at generalities when we have the specifics down to the names and papers. PNAC was absolutely central into deceiving the U.S. into war. And of the original 25 signatories of PNAC, 14 of them were given positions in the Bush administration. 2 of PNAC's signatories, John Lehman and Fred Fielding, were on the 9/11 Commission. And that commission was not about an honest investigation. It was about damage control. "9/11 Commission. Of course, the Congress caved on the Patriot Act and both wars. A commission was finally set up to deal with investigating what happened on and prior to 9/11. This wasn't something the Bush administration wanted, though. Bush was adamant about blocking the formation of a commission to investigate 9/11. Well, why would the President of the United States not want 9/11 to be investigated? He battled with Tom Daschle, the majority leader of the Senate and an Anthrax target, about who would conduct an investigation. It was over a year after 9/11 that he conditionally permitted it. The conditions were that the Bush administration would select the commissioner's head, who would then select and control the commission. It's like hiring Dracula to guard the blood bank. It would be like hiring Sam Bankman-Fried to investigate crypto fraud. You might as well have the former head of the CIA investigate the Kennedy assassination, or have Boris Yeltsin investigate Boris Berezovsky. Wait, those last 2 actually did happen. Bush's first pick to chair the 9/11 Commission was Henry Kissinger, upon the advice of Karl Rove. Henry Kissinger, a crook with a rap sheet so long and involved in disasters, covert operations, and lies that no one could take him seriously. He resigned, but not because of that. It was because he didn't want to disclose his clients. Because of the obvious conflicts of interest and his utter negative credibility, Kissinger finally removed himself from that position. It did not stop his less well-known business partner from making the cut, James R. Thompson. An interesting phenomena occurred on 9/11 where individuals using the Israeli-based instant messenger service Odigo were warned of 9/11 before the attack. At least 2 individuals came forward about the warnings they had received. Certainly Osama bin Laden wasn't warning these American Jews about avoiding the towers. Someone else had prior knowledge. Hollinger Inc. and Hollinger Digital owns the Onset Tech, which cooperates with the messenger software with Odigo, as well as Converse. When you pull up the board of directors for Hollinger, you find some nefarious characters. Henry Kissinger, Richard Pearl, and James R. Thompson from the 9/11 Commission. With Thompson on the 9/11 Commission, you can be damn sure they didn't look into Odigo. It was Hollinger-owned papers also that spread the bogus rumor about 4,000 Jews not showing up to work on that day. Internet racists seized on this quicker than Zelensky on a line of coke. This served to obfuscate the very real forewarnings from Odigo by masking it in pointless anti-Jewish rhetoric. Hollinger would also be used by Richard Pearl to bolster his Iraq war investments before it had a large fraud scandal with Conrad Black, of which Thompson was also a part of. Thompson ended up not doing much on the commission at all for a year. But not to be outdone by that audacious selection for commissioners, the Bush administration topped itself with see-through corruption by choosing Lee Hamilton, Iran-Contra's Tower Commission co-chairman with Dick Cheney, to co-chair the 9/11 Commission. I guess if you do well with one whitewash, then why not another one? Lee Hamilton was also sitting on the advisory board for the CIA, but don't worry, they could still go lower, much lower. Even worse than Hamilton becoming the co-chairman was placing the Zionist warmonger Philip D. Zelikow, who was plucked right out of Bush's National Security Council, to be the executive director for the commission. Zelikow would have total control over hiring the 9/11 commissioner's staff and set up a tight filtering system over information sharing that went right through himself or Hamilton. One of his first actions was to hire Michael Hurley, a current officer of the CIA, to investigate the CIA. He also echoed the neocon propaganda about Iraq and 9/11. How pathetic for the 9/11 Commission's executive director to parrot the baseless Iraq did 9/11 deceptions. It wasn't new for Zelikow. It was an opportunity to promote his worldview. In their book on the Israeli lobby, Mersheimer and Walt exposed Zelikow for calling for war with Iraq to protect Israeli interests in speeches he gave to universities. Zelikow would later admit as much with a so what attitude. Apparently he forgot that the 9/11 Commission was to investigate an attack on America and not be used as a tool for Israeli interests. No one was really looking into 9/11. They were looking into how to use it. There was one dissenter in Zelikow's way, a staff member that slipped through the cracks, Donna Lessman. Breaking Zelikow's filter protocol, Lessman dug into direct 9/11 connections with the government of Saudi Arabia. Zelikow fired her and had her findings deleted from the 9/11 Commission report. Perhaps she asked how the FBI asset Abdul Sattar Sheikh was providing housing and actually living with 9/11 hijackers.
National security whistleblowers tried to testify before the commission, but were either not asked to testify or their testimony was only barely acknowledged, or worse yet, completely omitted from the record.
Zelikow was later revealed to be the real author of the Bush Doctrine, the justification of the preemptive war, which has led to over 1 million deaths.
Zelikow was the author of a very important document issued by the White House in September 2002 that really turned military doctrine on its head and said that the United States could become involved in preemptive war, preemptive defense, that we could attack a nation that didn't pose an immediate military threat to this country. And obviously in September 2002, it sure appeared that that document was being written with one target in mind, Iraq. Now, as I say, the author of the document at the time was anonymous. We didn't know that Philip Zelikow had written this thing. And that becomes known, I think, widely on the staff only in the final months of the 9/11 Commission investigation. And it appeared to pose yet another conflict of interest for Zelikow.
Thomas Keane, the other co-chairman of the 9/11 Commission, was there about as often as Obama went to the Senate. He was too busy engaging in his own personal profiteering racket, using Drew University as a medium to feed fat contracts to Aramac, of which he is a director. University presidents often do this. They treat schools as an investment vehicle into corporate interest, and then they sit as an active employee on those same corporations. Keene was part of Bell Atlantic, United Healthcare, Beneficial Corporation, Fiduciary Trust Company International, and Aramark. He said he could only commit 1 day a week to the commission and would only appear in the press if it was with Hamilton. Then why are you there at all? Apparently investigating 9/11 was not important enough to postpone his other affairs. And this allowed Hamilton and Zelikow even more control over the operation. Like James Thompson, Thomas Keene was too involved with his own scandals. What excellent choices for investigators. It's not like 3,000 people were killed. Keene later was promoted and was greatly impressed with the comic book version of the 9/11 report, which reduced it down to about 161 picture pages. He spent time going around the country pushing this junk into the school systems to get elementary schools to learn about 9/11.
When you hear about the idea of the 9/11 Commission report as essentially a comic book, your first reaction is, what are you, crazy?
It's accurate. I mean, the graphic version is accurate. That's what happened.
How could they compromise the integrity of the investigation further? What could make it even less objective? Fred F. Fielding, a lawyer for Z, better known as Blackwater, a private mercenary firm tried for murder and rape. 14 of them who went to jail got pardoned by Donald Trump. Fielding was such a bastard that he actually countersued the family of the contractor victims whose burned corpses were hung from a bridge in Fallujah to block the family from gaining access to the circumstances surrounding the event. The details of what really happened were uncovered in Jeremy Scahill's book Blackwater, The Rise of the World's Most Powerful Mercenary Army. Fielding wasn't the only important investigator working with Blackwater. The Inspector General, who was supposed to let the other shoe drop on Hollinger and Richard Pearl, also found employment at Blackwater as a senior executive. Fielding was from George Bush's White House counsel, but don't worry, he was more compromised even further than that. He was a lawyer for a very high-level man in the Bush administration. You may have heard of him. His name is George Bush. It's bad enough that George Bush refused to be interviewed by the commission without Dick Cheney present, but he also had his own lawyer there and on the side of the investigators.
Mr. President, why are you and the Vice President insisting on appearing together before the 9/11 Commission?
Because the 9/11 Commission wants to ask us questions. That's why we're meeting, and I look forward to meeting with them and answering their questions.
I was asking why you're appearing together rather than separately, which was their request.
Because it's a good chance for both of us to answer questions that the 9/11 Commission is looking forward to asking us, and I'm looking forward to answering them. Let's see. Yeah, Adam.
Mr. President,
Yes.
Don't you think that the families deserve to have a transcript or to be able to see what
Adam, you asked me that question yesterday. I got the same answer, yeah.
These blatant conflicts of interest should have been all over the news like an Andrew Tate accusation, but they were too busy promoting other things. The 9/11 Commission was a cover-up. It was a total joke, a farce. Heck, why not allow PNAC members to do the investigation? They did. John F. Lehman, former Secretary of the Navy in 1987, while Jonathan Pollard was spying for Israel through naval intel, was chosen to join the 9/11 con men, and he was a PNAC signatory. PNAC, together with the American Enterprise Institute, pulled together older Israeli-centric plans from Oded Yanan and the Clean Break Memorandum to create their magnus opus, Rebuilding America's Defenses, Strategy, Forces, and Resources for a New Century. There's been a lot of focus on the lies from that particular document that mentions the need for a new Pearl Harbor. But this narrow scope is overshadowed by their other deceptive work, particularly on Afghanistan and Iraq. They spent $12 million to tell you nothing. How do you prosecute the government? Obviously, they don't investigate themselves. The 9/11 Commission itself was composed of PNAC members, war profiteers, and criminals of prior cover-ups for joint U.S.-Israeli operations. We can't rely on these investigations. 9/11 was a horrific crime that shocked the psyche of the American public. It's not yesterday's news. This isn't TMZ or Keeping Up with the Joneses. It's a crime. There is no statute of limitations for murdering thousands of people. Renowned journalist Seymour Hersh, who broke the stories on the My Lai massacre in Vietnam and Abu Ghraib in Iraq, stated in The New Yorker his belief that the 9/11 hijackers had outside help from a state. Citing intelligence and military officers, he wrote, "A senior military officer told me that because of the visas and other documentation needed to infiltrate team members into the United States, a major foreign intelligence service might also have been involved." On September 23rd, Secretary of State Colin Powell told a television interviewer that, "We will put before the world, the American people, a pervasive case showing that bin Laden was responsible for the attacks." But the widely anticipated white paper could not be published, the Justice Department officials said, for lack of hard facts. There was not enough to make a sale. The administration justified the delay by telling the press that most of the information was classified and could not be released. Last week, however, a senior CIA official confirmed that the intelligence community had not yet developed a significant amount of solid information about the terrorist operations, financing, and planning. One day we'll know, but at the moment we don't know, the official said. Or you don't know how to tell the story without incriminating yourselves. What if it wasn't just Osama bin Laden? What if a major intelligence service was assisting the hijackers? And because you're not looking under that rock, that is why you didn't find out about their financing and operations. Seymour Hersh's article in The New Yorker proceeds, "Many of the investigations believe that some of the intel clues that were uncovered about the terrorist identities and preparations, such as flight manuals, were meant to be found. A former high-level intelligence officer told me whatever trail was left deliberately for the FBI to chase." Justin Raimondo of antiwar.com, who constantly got things right about the invasion of Iraq, debunking every pre-war lie and pretext, also expressed his suspicion of state assistance for 9/11 hijackers. He went as far as writing a book, The Terror Enigma, 9/11 and the Israeli Connection. There was an investigative report issued by the House and Senate Intelligence Committees titled Joint Inquiry into the Terrorist Attacks of September 11th, 2001. The report had perplexing and condemning questions, most disturbing being the whitewashing cover-up of information implicating knowledge of assistance for 9/11 hijackers by foreign governments while they were inside the United States. A 28-page section of the report sat redacted for years. After it was finally uncovered, it didn't matter, because the subject of 9/11 had been so kookified by the likes of professional retards like Alex Jones, Richard Gage, and Loose Change that no one serious wanted to listen to it. It's hard to give the issue proper attention despite its significance, because quite a stigma has been attached to 9/11 thanks to a large group of charlatans, well poisoners, COINTELPRO, and useful idiots. The fear that somebody might call you names, however, should not be a reason to ignore pursuing justice. If we didn't have so many bad guys in the payroll, it wouldn't be so confusing. The CIA doesn't work for American interests. Another war is just collective punishment. We need to stop sending money to Zionist fanatics and Wahhabi fanatics. The same factions continued to work together supporting terrorist mercenaries and useful idiots in Syria. Supporting religious fanatics, be they radical Muslims in Saudi Arabia or Zionist Jews in the genocidal state of Israel, is a sure way to guarantee perpetual conflict. We should not be supporting apartheid or monarchies. We have our own cities and people to take care of. We cannot allow the government to justify classifying anything it finds embarrassing or damning to itself or its allies who are engaged in their own covert terrorism around the world. The quickest way to fight terrorism is to stop engaging in it ourselves. The U.S. government is totally controlled by Israel. The $35 trillion deficit, the forever wars, the censorship and security state would not have been possible without September 11th. And the veil of shadows has been removed with the genocide of Gaza. They're no longer even trying to hide it. Demonic actions are on full display as this cult feels like it's reaching the final hour. A war with Iran, which would remove the last wall of resistance for greater Israel. And realistically, I do not see AIPAC being registered as a foreign agent. I do not see aid to Israel ending unless there's a political sea change. Ralph Nader was right when he said only the billionaires can save us. If Elon Musk, the richest man in the planet, would act as a type of anti-Soros, and back a man like Thomas Massey over the issue of solving the national debt crisis, then everything would fall into place. They are already afraid of this combo, and there hasn't been a threat to their power like this since JFK, and we all know what happened there. I can make films, I can dig up the information, I can sift through the lies, but it will not make a difference if it doesn't lead to political change. Massey is our way out. Spread this film far and wide. Peace is a choice. Freedom is not free.
Well, there is no terrorism without states. Let me repeat that because I think people don't get the main point. There is no possibility of any sustained terror effort against any one of our countries without regimes that give the terrorists safe haven, territory from which to strike, to plan their attacks, to arm themselves, to train their operatives, to hide. All of that is absolutely essential. You just don't have terrorists suspended in midair. And if they didn't have home states to have this kind of headquarters, they simply could not operate it. They'd be eliminated fairly quickly.
Well, who then are likely? Who then are likely culprits? Who are likely host states?
Well, you certainly have one obvious one, and that's Israel.
Smoke rises in the desert air. Another child caught unaware. No warning came, no place to hide. Just whispers on a satellite. Mossad says they're chosen by God. They say Christ is boiling in shit and semen. Children are shot by trans semis worshipping a demon. Tell me why the silence buys the guns. Why the truth burns under foreign suns. And we foot the bill while they erase the names. The world can watch children go up in flames. This is genocide and Satan reigns. Eyes in the sky and boots unseen. A shadow moves behind the screen. They call it defense, we call it fate. But justice doesn't detonate. From Beirut nights in '82 to Tehran shadow rendezvous. Sabra screens still haunt the dawn, while power shakes hands and moves along. Demona secrets under desert stone, and every ally sleeps alone. To JFK a deadly strike. Justice falls to might, makes right. Tell me why the silence buys the gun. Why truth on the foreign suns. And we foot the bill while they erase the names. For we can watch children go up in flames. There's genocide and Satan reigns. We sign the checks, we turn the page. The news just echoes fear and rage. But somewhere mothers cry the same. No flag can wash away that shame. Don't say it's peace if peace can't speak. Don't say it's right if the strong kill the weak. History will forget the price of silence bought with sacrifice.
Stay tuned to the Global More.
Never made the case or argued the case that somehow Osama bin Laden was directly involved in 9/11. That evidence has never been forthcoming.